Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the regular governing board meeting to order at 7 o'clock. Please show that roll call. All members are in attendance. If you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Before we proceed with the adoption of the agenda, I'd like to welcome all of our visitors this evening. And our public participation is limited to 30 minutes during the meeting. This evening, we have 15 people who have turned in forms. So that means each person who was speaking will have 2 minutes to speak. So I just wanted to give you that notice so you would be able to adjust accordingly. When we have less than 10 or less people, then normally we allocate 3 minutes. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody had that information. Mrs. Ordway, could I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, I would move that the governing board adopt the agenda with the exception of moving action item 6H directly following the adoption of the agenda.
I second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. I have a motion for item 6H, please.
You may. I would recommend that the governing board accept the administrator's recommendation for principal of West Wing as Shelley Schubert.
I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, I would, please, Mrs. Moffett.
President O'Brien, governing board members, Dr. Finch, and guests, it's my pleasure to introduce to the audience the recommended candidate, Shelley Schubert, for principal of West Wing. Shelley has been an employee in the Deer Valley Unified School District in the capacity as a teacher and assistant principal. She most recently is the K8 principal over in DVOA, and she is Dr. Finch's recommended candidate for principal of West Wing, which we all know is a fantastic campus in the Deer Valley Unified School District. And we'd also like to honor Dr. Perry, who is also in the audience, who has done a fantastic job there and is leaving quite a legacy.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Moffett. Seeing no discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. And if I could please say congratulations to our newest West Wing principal, Shelley Schubert. Mrs. Schubert, would you like to step to the microphone and say anything?
Is it on? Yeah. Okay. Well, I hadn't prepared anything, but I just want to say how proud I am to continue to lead in this district as a graduate of the district. I cannot be more excited to lead the charge at West Wing School. I know that I have very, very big shoes to fill. And Dr. Price-Berry has been an exceptional mentor and friend of mine, and I thank her from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations again, Mrs. Schubert. We're so excited. All right, the next item on our agenda is the 2021 School Connect Changemaker, and I believe that is going to be Dr. Paula Tunis for that report. Thank you.
Good evening, President O'Brien, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent Finch. Our first report tonight is a celebration of a recent honor announced by School Connect. This Arizona organization helps connect local communities with school communities to find common ground to discuss school needs and to find solutions. This year, School Connect created an award program to recognize outstanding people in our community. When DVUSD Executive Cabinet saw the category for Superintendent Changemakers, we knew this was the perfect award for Dr. Finch. School Connect received more than 90 nominations across the 5 award categories, and we are happy to report that Dr. Finch received the Changemaker honor. This recognition honors a superintendent who brings innovative solutions to their entire district and builds networks of support across multiple sectors to create diverse and powerful growth within their district. No one does this better than Dr. Finch. School Connect asked us to put together a video that shows just how much of a positive impact Dr. Finch has had on DVUSD during this unprecedented school year. So we'll watch it now.
Dr. Finch is a real change maker.
Dr. Curtis Finch not only serves as a leader in the Deer Valley Unified School District, but his vision and influence also extends to a state and national level.
He holds several leadership positions, including serving on the North Valley Education Consortium, Arizona School Administrations Association, and the Educational Finance Reform Group.
Dr. Finch works closely with the governor's office, working to influence positive educational policies and to provide guidance for state leaders.
He was able to secure a multi-million-dollar grant through the governor's office to provide funding for the DVSD schools and to pilot a program to support school improvement.
Dr. Finch meets stakeholders where they are and builds relationships at all levels.
He holds more than 60 events each year for groups like the PTA and PTO Presidents, Interfaith Advisory Council, and the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, which holds a summit each year for critically important topics for students.
Since he arrived at DVUSD almost 4 years ago, Dr. Finch has achieved his personal goal of visiting more than 500 classrooms each year.
500 classrooms? Wow!
500 classrooms? This is no small feat. Well, the district has 39 schools and 367 square miles.
Whether it's in the classroom, at an after-school event, or on Twitter, Dr. Finch demonstrates that he keeps a pulse on all things Deer Valley.
Under his direction, DVUSD created innovative practices to allow for continued students learning both online and in person in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Then he led DVUSD to mentor other districts on how to use effective mitigation strategies to return students safely to the classroom.
DVUSD provided free curbside meals to our community, 56,000 snacks, 846,000 breakfast meals, and 1.5 million lunches since March 2020.
Dr. Finch continues to build business partnerships.
Recently, he collaborated with state and county officials, playing an instrumental role in bringing the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company to Deer Valley boundaries for its new home.
Dr. Finch leads our district by bringing innovative solutions to our community.
We couldn't be prouder of the work of our extraordinary leader.
Congratulations to Dr. Finch. On behalf of School Connect, we are honored to present you with the Changemaker Award.
Congratulations, Dr. Finch. Do you want to say a word or two?
Sure. Wasn't that video cute? Those kids did a nice job. I just want to say thanks to the team. Obviously, we don't move the needle here in Deer Valley without a great team. So I just want to thank all the staff, principals, and my executive cabinet. And obviously, the support of the board makes a difference. So Deer Valley's a change maker, and we're proud of that. Thanks.
Congratulations. All righty. Thank you, cabinet members, for doing that. Our next agenda item is the Remain in School report, and that is Dr. Zurbach.
Okay, good evening, President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and Dr. Finch, again, congratulations on that well-deserved award. This evening, we will present, as we have done since early 2020, our Remain in School report for the community. So we are starting this evening's presentation with a few slides from some of the recent activities and events here in our district. The first slide has some pictures from our spring athletics. You are aware through the board update of how well many of our teams are doing this spring. We have multiple teams that are ranked in the top 10. And we have some high schools with multiple teams themselves within that school that have teams in the top 10. And we also have other individuals for some of our individual track and field sports and tennis who are doing very well. this spring season. So we wish them continued success. We are close to wrapping up the regular spring season, and the playoffs are coming, and we believe that we will do very well in the playoffs and perhaps even some state champs coming from that. You can see here in this slide, this shows some of the most recent rankings. Some of these were updated this morning. And so, again, you can see how well they're doing. We also have had some of our fine arts performances from our high schools that have been in person. And so this one, I believe, comes from Boulder Creek, as they had a recent choir concert, and the parent community gave some feedback to Principal Sutton on how much they appreciated that in-person experience, and the students did quite well. We also have had 3 of our high schools with their prom-like activity. Barry Goldwater went first 2 weeks ago, and then this most recent weekend, we had Deer Valley High School as well as O'Connor. And the events went very well. The students gave very positive feedback to the administrators, and the administrators definitely commented on how nice the weather was for these events that took place and how much fun everybody had. So it was done in a controlled way, in a safe way, but still able to provide that prom-like experience for the students. So we were happy to do that, and we have 2 more schools who will be putting forth their proms in the very near future. Okay, another piece that we are proud of is recently the TAPI group, which honors outstanding practices in the medical field, specifically in the area of immunizations, have announced that DVUSD and several of the county school pods will be winning an award tomorrow evening for the school pod events that were put on for educators across Maricopa County. As you are aware, we had a 2-part event for our geographic community. So not only did we provide this opportunity for staff at Deer Valley Unified Schools and the district as a whole, we were able to do this for our private charter school and daycare friends in the community. And so we've talked about this event at length before, but it is very nice to see the recognition that they are providing the districts across the valley for their efforts in that. And again, we thank Valerie Bullis much for her outstanding work and logistical support for this event. Okay, the next slide contains the community level transition metrics, and as we have done before, Mr. Miglerino will support us and walk us through this. Mr. Miglerino.
Good evening, President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch. As we have shared with you, I think each time that we've had this report, these are the numbers from Maricopa County Health. They come out on Thursday morning. Just a small piece of trivia. They actually didn't come out on Thursday morning this past week. It was Thursday afternoon due to a computer issue that they were having. But the metrics continue to remain relatively flat, but there has been a slight increase over the most recent reporting period. So the case count is just over 80. That does put us in the substantial category. That's the chart at the bottom. The chart on the right is the positivity rate. It is just below 6%. Maybe draw to your attention, just 4 weeks ago, we were just under 5% on positivity rate. So we are seeing a slight increase in some of the numbers, but I would consider it to be a fairly minor increase from what we have seen in months going back to the start of the calendar year. The second slide is the 7-day epi curve. We use this data as a predictive model for what those metrics will show us over time. It looks relatively flat. It's a little bit deceiving because of the scale and the size of this chart. So there is a call out box in the upper right there to kind of show, again, a slight increase in the 7-day epi curve numbers as well. But again, nowhere close to what we saw back in the end of October and November. But so I would say overall the numbers are favorable, but we have experienced a slight increase, and I think Dr. Zurbach can speak to that also being the case with our dashboard for the district.
Thank you, Mr. Miglerino. And since you mentioned that was an interesting bit of trivia, I am interested to know more about your trivia games with that. as requested by the board, we continue to post in our Remain in School reports the user-friendly URL dvusd.org/dashboard. Again, that is a dashboard that is updated on a weekly basis. We usually update that sometime between 3 and 4 p.m. That particular dashboard has a current active COVID-19 case count for both staff and students. All of our schools have a separate line item, and then we have some district areas that we have a line item for as well. And so each Monday, again, any member from the community can visit that website and see how many active and current COVID cases are present at a particular site. Okay, so that brings us to the next slide on the current status for face masks. As we know, there's been quite a bit of discussion in the community about this particular topic. And so last Monday, Governor Ducey issued Executive Order 2021-10, which rescinded some of the, or rescinded 2020-51, which was this executive order last year, which had a mandate for mask policies in the school, and then also corresponded to ADHS Emergency Measure 2020-04, which again mandated those at all times, no exceptions. The governor's order, however, was followed up with a new ADHS emergency measure, which again is snipped and posted here for you to see, which is 2021-02. And in that order, you can see here on the screen the last 3 bullet points that they put. You can see in items 2 and 3 that they still very much do encourage the use of face masks to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. They are very much aware that schools that implement the core prevention mitigation measures in the schools are the schools that are able to remain open for teaching and learning opportunities for the students. And so because of that, we know very clearly from them and from Dr. Christ that that is something that they strongly recommend schools continue to do. And then you can also see in item 3 where they specifically state the districts contain the right or maintain the right to have those face mask policies. Okay, so with those orders that came out last week, we did provide some communication to both our parent and staff population. We did let them know that we were maintaining our DVUSD COVID-19 safety plan with one minor adjustment, and that minor adjustment had to do with recess time, and we provided a definition for that recess time. And that recess is for elementary students, is during their lunch recess as being one opportunity. And then for our students in the K-5 grade level span, they have their second recess, which is, of course, required by law, which we know because that went into effect 2 years ago. And so during that time for their recess, the students can choose if they would like to wear a mask or not during that time. And then we also have for PE, and that would not only be for our elementary students, but for our PE students in the high school levels as well, that they have the choice on wearing that face mask. And that is due to our impending temperatures that we know are coming and are going to be in the triple digits fairly soon. And that also goes for our staff members as well, as far as when they are doing the recess or at the PE time. And so with that, the rationale for the current decision, I put several bullet points up there for you to see. And many of these, I'm sure, will not be a surprise, but I'll review these nonetheless. And the first reason is that it certainly aligns still with the public health guidance for COVID-19 prevention in our schools. We know how important it is for our students to have the in-person opportunity. We know how much more they are thriving when they're in school, when they're in person, compared to when they are at home. And so we want to promote policies which will maximize the amount of time that our students can be in school. And so with CDC, ADHS, MCDPH, and ADE, they all have come out very strongly about the importance of masks being the core mitigation measure. I'll come back to this slide, but you can see this represented in the slides that, that follow this. So the CDC's position, it talks about 2 core prevention strategies. And the first one, again, should not be a surprise to anyone, is the universal and correct use of face masks. And that line you will see repeated throughout in pretty much any public health organization that provides guidance. You're going to see that as the primary prevention measure that is listed. And so you can see they have a description there of what it means for the universal and correct use of masks. And I don't need to read that. I think folks are fairly familiar with that. Maricopa County Department of Public Health, who have been our partners for both Jenna and I since the start of this pandemic. They too came out in their Thursday school webinars, which they provide to the county, and they came out very strongly in terms of guiding the schools and the districts to say you need to keep the face mask policies in place. And so this particular statement was provided by them, and so it's up there for the board and the community to see. ADE took their position on face masks as well. They released some exemplar guidance that Mr. Miglerino and I covered in detail. And in the very first paragraph they have for their exemplary guidance, they talk about, again, this universal and correct use of face masks being the primary prevention measure to keep kids in schools and to keep folks safe as well, including our staff members. And then finally, ADHS, or Department of Health Services, as well, has language very similar to the CDC, recommending that these masks stay in place. Okay, there are some other pertinent pieces of information that factored into the decision-making. Going off of what Mr. Miglerino just covered in terms of our community level of transition metrics, although it is not a steep curve, it is a curve that is trending upward slightly. And so as our case counts, as you can see here, that we have gone from 41 and we've about doubled our case count here in the past 5 weeks. And so that is a trend that we wish would continue to go the other way and trend towards the zero mark, of course. And so being that it is not, that is something that was in our mind and factored into our decision, because we have correlated very strongly to the county's epi curve. And this is something, again, that is not a surprise to you. I've commented about that since September, that our actual dashboard that we have for both our staff and our students, that it correlates almost one-to-one with the epi curve. And so when the epi curve starts going up, we start going up with our district dashboard. And you can see that, as I put in the board update last Friday for you, that even looking at the last 3 weeks, we've experienced about a 30% increase on the dates when we send those to you in the board updates. We also have 17 days of school to go, and that is a very doable number for us. That is 3 weeks and 2 days, and we know that significant changes can cause confusion. And so part of that, realizing that there is not a lot of time to go, also factored into that equation. High school was a big factor. High school is high stakes for folks. It is, the consequences are, it can be dramatic for folks that are at the high school level. They are taking exams that factor into their transcripts that are going to go to colleges for evaluation of admission into the universities and colleges. And so if a student were to be quarantined or put into isolation, that could have a detrimental effect for those students. AIA as well did not change any of their rules. The AIA, as soon as the governor released the executive order 2020-110, came out again very strongly saying that that is not the guidance that they would be promoting to the community, and that around the state they would still make it mandatory for everyone to wear the face mask, because folks have seen that by and large, when we do that well, that our student athletes can continue competing, and that's a good thing for us. We also know that we have students that are still doing some of their fine arts performances. And as we have commented to the board before, you know that we have prioritized the high school population as essential, because CDC guidance, MCDPH, and ADHS has all said that only essential activities should be in person. And so since we have deemed that as essential, we do not, again, want to put that at risk for those students not to be able to perform if they were to get quarantined or put in isolation. Our high school students have numerous recognition ceremonies as well, such as their awards for scholarships, which we know that many of our high schools run into the millions of dollars as far as the amount of award money that our students win. And so that's a very important event, not only for the students, but for their parents. And their parents have certainly been with us through this entire pandemic. And so that's something that we wouldn't want to put that in jeopardy, where they could not be a part of some of that. We also, as I showed in my previous slides, had our prom and our other spring activities. We know that the whole nation was negatively impacted by the pandemic in the spring when everything was shut down on that Friday, the March 13th. And so as we have, again, worked with our high schools to come up with appropriate guidelines for our in-person activities, we know that our students enjoyed that. And so we have proms that are still to come. And again, just as I've commented before, we don't want to risk having students being put in quarantine and isolation and not being able to experience that high school event, especially since no one got to experience that last year. And then, of course, the last one is really the culminating one, and that one's graduation. And that is such a huge topic. We know that from last year is that certainly created much conversation with in our district, across the county, across the nation about the importance of that ceremony. And so it does not make sense to, again, put that in jeopardy for our students and their families to where they would be quarantined and not to be able to partake in that such important event that they have for them and that they've worked so hard for in a very challenging or under very challenging circumstances during the pandemic. And then for our K-8 students, in terms of their experience, is really and truly we want to maximize that in-person experience for them. Our little guys have already had a good portion of the school year in a virtual environment. And we know that they thrive so much more when they're there for the in-person experience. And so again, as our case counts begin to go up in the community in the 7-day epi curve, and as I said, that has a one-to-one correlation with our own district data dashboard, that every time that happens, there's going to be anywhere from 5 to 30 students that get sent home on a positive case, and they have to stay home for the quarantine period. And so again, that just adds on time that does not seem to be necessary if we can keep our great prevention measures that we've used throughout this year in place. Okay, with our end of the year events at the board's request, let me review some of these that are happening. Again, for our high school in-person event, we have our graduation, which is scheduled to go. Our high school campuses have been communicating with our parent populations, our senior population about this event. And so we very much look forward to having that. I believe it's on May 20th and 21st at State Farm with our prevention measures in place. We have our prom-like activities, as I've already mentioned. We have our performances, our athletics, and honor society inductions. And we also have our school tours now. And again, I know that I have included that in the board updates, but so that the community knows as well that our schools are open in smaller controlled environments as far as having some tours for our community to come and see our schools so they can be very comfortable with the choices that they make. And then, of course, on the right side of this are our virtual events. And again, because of guidance deeming what can be in person and what cannot versus our high school, these events are virtual. And so we have our promotion for our 8th grade. And we know that some of our schools do a kindergarten promotion event as well. And so those would be virtual. And then our performances as well. And then our small caveat there, as we talked about the last time, is that some of our schools are doing some in-person performances for their fellow students that might be in their grade level or perhaps grade levels above or below them. Okay, summer guidance for athletic and fine arts activities. And so this one is in full swing. If you are not aware, our high school fine arts groups and our high school athletics, they do quite a bit of work in the summer. They do quite a bit of training. They do quite a bit of prep work to get ready for the school year, to be competitive and to be successful throughout the school year. And so I am working with Anna Backstrom, who is with Gail as the Fine Arts CIAS, and Scott Warner, our Director of Operations, to have our document, which contains the guidance for these. This one is called Return to Summer Training because they didn't come back yet last summer. And so this is their first time that they get to come back. And so they're returning for that. And so that is based primarily off of the CDC summer camp guidance that was revamped about 10 days ago with some changes that they had prior to that. And so we do believe that our athletes and our fine arts groups that do their summer training and prep work, that they will be able to do it. They'll just need to make sure that they have some of the guidance measures in place for that. Okay, summer operations. So some of these, we do not have final answers at this point. We are working currently on some of these, but we do know that there are questions about items such as the community education camps that we have. Now, those will certainly happen. It's not a question in terms of whether those will occur or not. They will occur, but we do know there are questions about how exactly will those look. Will they look similar to how the schools look right now, or will there be adjustments that are made to those items? And we know that one of the items that community is most interested in is the face masks, as far as will those be required or will they be optional for students during that? Summer school is another one, similar to community education that we're working on right now. And then as far as Jen and I, we are working together with the guidance for our year-round district facilities. So we can't forget that we do have many employees that work year-round, and so they are at various district sites in our boundaries. And so we are currently working on that and would expect to have that ready for you by the next board meeting, and we would let you know about progress on that in Friday board updates as well. Fall operations, that again is the big one. We have received many emails through our return to school community email account asking us about the fall and what it's going to look like. And so we know there are items on there, and I listed some of those ones that have received much attention. So the first one being block schedule and the traditional period scheduling for middle and high schools. The next one being field trips. Face masks, of course, is a big one. Things like Meet the Teacher nights, our orientation nights, and then our athletics clubs and our fine arts. And that one is more so for our middle schools because we know our high schools have already been doing those. And so similar to the previous slide, we are still working on some of these. I can address others, though, is on this list. So the first one, in terms of the block schedule and the traditional period scheduling, that is one that we have already communicated out to our administrators as far as what the options would be. And so out of our 8 secondary schools, so that would be our 5 high schools and then our 3 true middles, 7 of them will be returning to the traditional period scheduling. And so that would be the 5 high schools. So all 5 would be returning to the traditional scheduling. And then 2 middle schools would be Hillcrest and Desert Sky. They would be, again, returning to a pre-COVID schedule, if you will. Our 1 school that is continuing with the block schedule is Deer Valley Middle. There are various reasons for that. 2 primary reasons are social emotional component there. There are some connections that are being made at the school with the students and the staff that are facilitated well by a block schedule. And then the second reason is through multi-tier of supports, and that's our MTSS that Dr. Gallagher and Dr. Chunas are working very closely with our schools. They have a plan that they have come up with and have presented to us where they want to do and implement some specific scaffolds and supports for their students during that MTSS time, and they need some additional time to do that. That does fit the school's needs, and so it is something that will be a good fit for them as they move forward. And much of that, in terms of our data for the staff and from the students, supports that as well in terms of their feelings about how it went this year and continuing it going forward. As far as field trips, I would comment on that one that, again, going back to how it was before COVID, that I would anticipate that we will be able to do some field trips next year. It could depend on the type of field trip that the school is thinking on going on, but I do anticipate that we'll be able to do field trips again. Face masks is the big one as far as, again, the optional versus required, and we are going through that again as we speak. We did put that in yesterday's parent update, letting the community know that we very much hear both sides who have been communicating to us their perspective. And so we are continuing to work with county health and listening to their guidance, and then factoring in some of the other pieces that I mentioned to you on the prior slides, and then thinking about next year and making some predictions about the vaccine as well, because county health is giving us some guidance as far as when they think the vaccine will be made available to students below the age of 16. As you hopefully know, the Pfizer vaccine is approved for 16 and older. but none of the vaccines are approved right now for under 16. However, they are in trials for the 12 to 15-year-old age group, and we do anticipate that there will be more announcements about the impending approval of that. And so based off of some of those predictions as well, we believe that we will be able to make some decisions about that. Orientations is another one that we have heard from folks, and that could be something like Meet the Teacher Night. That's a type of orientation. It could be a middle school orientation that we've heard about. It could be a freshman orientation. And so those types of events we do anticipate having again, and starting the school year, being able to do those. Again, they will likely be some prevention measures that will be in place. And so whereas before, if there may have been some unlimited number of students coming at a time, parents in the community should expect some general bumpers as far as maybe some rotations or some waves of when folks can come through. But we do anticipate having those types of events again to start the school year. And then our athletics, clubs, and fine arts, similar to how the high schools have ran those this year with in-person, we do anticipate having the full year of our middle school athletics next year in person and running with our clubs and fine arts as well. And so the next major bullet point on there is the timeline, because I am aware that that is one of the pieces that not only the board, but the community wants to know as well, as far as when will you make final determinations on items perhaps such as face masks. And so that is something that we are working on now to make sure that we can communicate to folks certainly by the end of the year, and when I say the end of the year, the end of the school year. It perhaps may not be the actual decision, but identifying that this is the date that we believe we can have that information ready for the community. Okay, in terms of our communication, many of these communicative vehicles you have seen before, but I would like to review them for the board and for the community that is participating with us tonight. For our staff, we have continued our communication council fireside chats. This is the structure that we have used where the 4 deputy superintendents participate in a Zoom webinar with any staff member from our district who would like to pose a question to us. It can be any question that they have. They can now send those questions to us ahead of time to help inform the information that we present. So we continue those on a monthly basis. We record those. We put them on the district portal so that our staff can view those at their convenience, because we do know that some of our staff members do have competing interests at the times that we hold our fireside chats. But we will continue those for sure. Our staff also receive the Monday update from Dr. Finch. Dr. Finch keeps them well aware as far as the conversations that are happening with cabinet and anticipating some of the conversational topics perhaps that are coming up in the schools, and it could relate to really any of our department areas as far as what folks could be interested in. Jenna Moffitt leads us with our employee association group meetings. Other members of the executive cabinet team may sometimes jump in on those, but Jenna has been our primary conduit for that, where she works with all of our employee groups, including BLT as well. Sometimes folks don't realize that that is one of our groups. And so that continues. Dr. Finch also does some of those meetings as well with our groups. Monica supports with the voice, and that contains many times some of the topics that are relevant to our staff and have to do with remaining in school. And then Mrs. Moffitt and I also have sent various memos. There have been many memos really since the start of the vaccine event, as we wanted to make sure that our staff was kept well informed about the opportunities that were coming. Since the vaccine event happened, we've continued to send memos to our staff on this, making sure that they know of other opportunities if perhaps they were maybe a bit reticent during our school pod event about doing the vaccine, but perhaps have had a shift of perspective and they want to get that. So we make sure that they're aware of the opportunities for that. And then Mrs. Moffitt and I, again, have been keeping them abreast of the guidance measures that have come out from the governor and both ADHS, because we know that folks tend to listen in. They may hear clips on the radio or check a clip out on a news scene. And so if they don't hear the entire piece, it's important that Jen and I communicate exactly what is coming out from some of those updates. And we will continue to do so, of course, throughout the end of this year and into next year. For our parents, we have our Monday parent update. All of those updates can be seen at dvusd.org, Return to School. That has a repository of all of our updates that we have sent since last March. There's even a repository for last year's ones that folks can check out. And we thank Monica for supporting us with that. Dr. Galligan and I have worked quite closely with our stakeholder committee group. That group is comprised of members of the parent community as well as the Educator Association. And so we continue to do that, making sure that their input is heard. For instance, most recently, we reached out to the stakeholder committee, soliciting their feedback for that third bullet point, which is the FAQ webpage, making sure that the most pressing questions that parents have, we're able to capture on that FAQ so they can see directly from the district the answers to those. And we do believe, as it's stated in parentheses there, that sometime next week we'll have that first draft FAQ up for the community to see. We have our Return to School at dvusd.org email account. That account has received more attention in the last couple weeks than it has done for a bit, but that is certainly a method that folks can use and get a response from someone working in the district. And then our parent webinars. So on our large-scale webinars, that was something that Dr. G and I did on a more frequent basis at the start. We did do one, if I remember correctly, Dr. G, at the midpoint this year when we had some changes with respect to the semester, and if parents wanted to switch from one platform to another, meaning in person or virtual or back and forth. And then I also would anticipate that Dr. G and I would do a number of parent webinars, such as we did last year for our community in this summer, outlining how various aspects will be in operation for the coming school year. That seemed to be quite an effective method of reaching our parent population. If you recall, I believe, Dr. G, the first one we did on the start of the year item, we had 15,000, I think, parents join us for that particular webinar. Okay, with that said, I am going to pause myself and ask Dr. G. Take it away.
Thank you, Gary. President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, and guests, I am happy to share this evening our summer programming options. We believe we are offering a robust package of options for our children and our families. The first one is specifically enrichment. The first one I would share is up in the top left corner, and that is our Math Level Up. That's specifically for students in the Barry Goldwater and Deer Valley regions, and that would be for our incoming 7th, 8th, and 9th grade students. The focus there is on how to help children change their mindset on math and really build their confidence and their efficacy in believing they can be mathematicians in that next grade level. We had a very solid program last year, and it will continue this year. You'll notice that there will be no fee for that particular program. New to us this summer is our EL, our English Language Learner Writers Workshop. And this is a skill set for writing, but it embeds so much beautiful language. And it is specifically for our K-5, our current K-5 and 612 students. It is in person, just as Math Level Up is, and there are no student fees for that. It is open to any English language learner student in our district. If you look over on the right side, these are our amazing community ed programs. The top one is our normal camp. We're calling it Summer Adventure Camp. It will run through the length of the summer. It is hosted at those particular schools, Sonoran Foothills, Park Meadows, and Highland Lakes. We also have a preschool program hosted at Highland Lakes for our 3 through 5-year-olds. It is in person, and we believe it will be just as successful as it was last summer. Our Community Ed Rocks programs, although not as many, we still will have our Rocks programs. The Science Rocks, the Mandarin Rocks is new to us this year, and we really felt from our parents and our 2 immersion schools that offering this to our families would be an opportunity that we've not had before, and we're excited to offer that. Music Rocks and Gifted Rocks are 4 Rocks programs, and they are vibrant, fun programs for kids that embed academic learning with just just good, energizing activities for kids. They are all in person also. The community ed enrichment programs, you can see there are our driver's ed, which always is sold out. It is one of our top summer programs. Our SAT and ACT boot camps, our Mad Science, and our Diamond Dance Works. So we are in process with all of those. These programs are open to any K-8 student, and then high school, of course, for driver's ed, but K-8 student in our district. And then driver's ed, SAT, and ACT are open to our high school students. So those are our enrichment offerings this year. I would say that for Math Level Up and our EL Writers Workshop, we are working with Ms. Mock and Mr. Meza to provide transportation as well. The teams that have worked on this, the two SASSY teams, the 712 and the K6, have all indicated the importance of having transportation available so that students have the opportunity to attend our summer programming if they are able to. The next section I want to share with you is our academic intervention programs. And we had our Jumpstart program, our Jumpstart intervention program last year. It was new to us, if you remember. It's based on small group instruction with a small group of kids throughout the day, so different groups of kids with a teacher. It will run in July for 2 weeks, July 12th through the 22nd. There will be 1 to 2 schools in each region who will host. We are still finalizing those schools. As soon as we have the final list of schools, we'll get that information out to you. This will be an in-person program. However, we are also looking at the potential of having an online version because we know that there may be some parents who would like to participate and their children have been identified, but they want to remain online. This is a program that is for identified students, and it's based on some diagnostic data. It's the DIBELS 8th strategic data. So kids who are in that strategic part, they're not quite proficient, but they are in strategic, or our math inventory basic, which means they are not quite at that proficiency level, but they are close. This is an intervention program, not a remediation program. Our goal here is to capture as many kids who are close to proficiency, get them there so that our teachers, our specialists, our interventionists, and our principals can work with those children who have greater gaps from the beginning of the school year on. You'll see that we have a Jumpstart Math for incoming 4th through 8th grade, a Jumpstart incoming 1st grade, and that would be for children who had no kindergarten experience. They didn't have DVOA, they didn't have online, they didn't have any type of kindergarten experience. So we wanted to have this opportunity, and it will focus on both reading literacy skills, math numeracy skills, but then even most importantly, socialization and how we are in a class with a group of children. We will also have Jumpstart Primary, which is for our incoming 1st through 3rd grade students. This is specifically for kids who were in a brick and mortar class or potentially in our DVOA courses as well at those grade levels. And the goal there, again, is to bolster children in literacy and numeracy so that they have the skills they need going in. And those would be the kids that are just on the cusp of proficiency. And then our last one is our Jumpstart Algebra. And our Jumpstart Algebra will be for our incoming 9th grade kids. Those should be hosted at each of the high schools. So the incoming kids that would go to O'Connor or to Mountain Ridge or to Barry Goldwater, that program should be hosted at each of their individual schools. Again, this is an intervention set of courses, programs, classes. The goal here is to work with a small group of kids. At those younger levels, no more than 5 to 6 children. As we go up, no more than 6 to 10 children, keeping it as close to that 6 as we possibly can. When you look on the right side, we will still continue to offer our Student Support Services Extended School Year, and these are for identified children who have an IEP that will participate in that program. It's the same program that we have had in the past at Vista Peak. It is in person as well. Our summer fun with Southwest Behavioral Services, and you know we have that amazing partnership with them. is a skills and strategies summer program. We have had this program in past summers. We're broadening it this summer so that as many children as would like to participate in that certainly can. Again, for all of these programs, we are also looking at transportation and working with Ms. Mock and Mr. Meza so that as many children as can possibly attend will be able to. We know that when we have kids going to region schools rather than their own home school, having that transportation is going to be very important. And our third category is get ahead and credit grade recovery. And we have some programs here that may not be new to you, but I just wanted to spend some time on them. Our middle school summer school program is typically a hybrid program. Last year it was totally online. This year we will go back to hybrid. A portion of it is online, and a portion of it is a required in-person connection with a teacher. We are offering ELA, math, science, and social studies. Typically, this program is for students who have not successfully promoted or reassigned to the next grade level, so either into 8th grade or either into 9th grade. We are going to broaden this scope for any parents who feel their child may not have, they're being reassigned or they're being promoted, but the parent may feel that they need that additional time and assistance. So we will open that also for parents who choose that they would like their child to attend, not only for children who are in risk of being retained. Our Deer Valley Online Learning Program is our ongoing online learning program, and that is for kids generally who want to get ahead. And there are some credit recovery courses in there, but it's really for our kids who want to open up their schedule during the school year, and so they take our summer programs. I just wanted to share that we have 100 courses offered this summer, 11 CTE, 7 electives, 14 English language arts, and you don't have to write these numbers down. You will have a copy of all of the courses that are offered in the update this week. 14 fine arts courses, 18 math courses, 3 physical education courses, 21 science courses, 8 social studies, and 4 world language courses. We are covering courses from 9th grade through 12th grade. The plethora of opportunities for children is broad this summer for our Deer Valley Online Learning Program. Our Pathways program is also a continuing program. It is an in-person program in the past. Last summer, it was online just because of the situation we were in. It will go back to in-person. You can see the dates. We are expanding our Pathways summer program to not only Barry Goldwater and Boulder Creek High School, but to Deer Valley High School as well. So Pathways will run on those 3 campuses. The courses that will be offered across the 3 campuses are algebra, algebra apps and geometry, biology, health and environmental science, world history, government and econ, law and society, art humanities and intro to art, advanced study skills, AM sign language. So that's going to be cool for us. We really hope to get that in place, and we were able to find a teacher who would do that for us. And then these are across, as I said, all 3 of those schools. The program starts, I think, about 12:30 and ends at about 7:30, 7:15, 7:30. So there are 2 sessions that run at each of those schools. The first session is usually in the afternoon. The second session is late afternoon into the evening. And then the last one is new to us, and this is from the Student Achievement, Student Success Intervention team, the 712 team. Our high school course extension, the 5 high schools came together with Kathy White and worked on a consistent process across all 5 high schools. That program will run for students who have failed with a 40% up through a 59%. So we are limiting it to those kids who really have the opportunity to recapture lost learning or be able to show what they missed within a week or 2 weeks of pretty focused work with their teacher. It is across all 5 of our high schools being offered. You can see the dates, May 24th through June 4th. There is a student fee involved with this one. It is $50 for a half credit. And let me go back to Pathways. You'll see that it says no student fees there. However, They are offering this year algebra honors and geometry honors, which in the past have been offered at Barry Goldwater High School as part of that high school offering. Pathways is going to take that on, and the fee has typically been in the past $350 per course, and we will continue that at Pathways just because they are taking on those two courses for us. Otherwise, you can see middle school, there will be no fees. Deer Valley Online is the normal fee, $175 per course. Pathways, no student fees other than those two unique courses that they are running as part of what they offer our families. That is pretty much what we are offering between enrichment, intervention, and get ahead and credit and grade recovery. And then the last thing I want to chat with you about is the Return to Learning work team. And this is really looking at next school year, the 2021-22 school year. Our topics have included those: learning opportunities in Deer Valley next year, how we will do work with absences, COVID-related and other absences. As you know, the pandemic has given us the opportunity to have different ways to support children at home when they are either out ill, isolated, or gone from school. We want to capitalize on that, and this team has really worked hard to determine how that will look. Our Canvas expectations from kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade in our brick and mortar, and then also in the K-12 online school. Instruction and what that looks like, whether it is in the classroom or supporting kids over Canvas when they are out, having access to the learning. And then a very important one is social and emotional learning. We'll bring to you the recommendations that we are putting forth for our K-6, 7, 8, and 9, 12, and how that looks. And then our communication structure and plan for this. As Dr. Zarabak mentioned, part of that will come in a webinar, part of it will come in a fireside chat for our staff. So we will have this information for you at the May 11th board meeting. In addition, the K-6 SASSY team, the Student Achievement, Student Success Intervention team, finished just this afternoon, and we will also bring information from that team with the action steps for working on how we can accelerate student learning. And so we've been quite busy, and I would be remiss if I did not thank all of the teachers, campus administrators, district administrators who have helped with everything that you just saw. We could not have done it without our school staff helping us through it. That's it for me. Thank you.
And Dr. G, if I may add, just on the Pathways course for the courses that have the fee that was associated with, Dr. Gallagher and I have worked with Paula Collins, our principal there, to know that if there is a demonstrated financial need, that we would work to find funding sources. We do have the CCIE account, which could potentially help with that for any of those students that did demonstrate a financial need for that. Ms. Moffitt?
Good evening again, President O'Brien, Governing Board members, Superintendent, and guests. One slide back, a few HR updates for you. We would like to share with you that for the 21-22 school year, we are currently 95% staffed. As a reminder to the Governing Board, this is something that we historically didn't start to collect until late July, and as of the last few years, we started to do dipsticks throughout the year to show where we were relative to previous years. So that's why I can share this specific statistic with you at this time. So 95% staffed for our certified employees and 93% staffed for our classified employees, and that was as of last week, actually. We want you to be aware that we plan to send out a memo the first week of May, so that will be next week, informing all of our classified employees that appointments will be coming soon, and those will likely go out the following week. There is a chance that we may be able to send both the memo and the appointment out at the end of next week, but that's going to be contingent upon the Governing Board's approval of the salary recommendation and our team's ability to do all the back system work necessary to send out updated classified appointments with the salary amount located in them. And then as a reminder to the board and everybody, we will be having a retirement reception really soon, May 7th. And I would like to share with everybody that we do have 122 people that have the blessing of having the opportunity to retire. And so we love the chance to celebrate these people. 53 of those are certified employees, 66 classified employees, and 3 exempt employees who we have invited to this event at the end of next week. And it will be from 4 to 5:30 p.m. in this governing board room. And we are providing not only the reception opportunity, but for those who may be concerned of coming in the governing board room, we're going to provide the drive-through option like we did last year. And then the next slide, always, we like to remind our employees to make sure that they are reporting to covidreport.dvusd.org if they have COVID symptoms or have come in close contact with someone who has tested positive, or if they themselves have tested positive for COVID-19.
Okay, so with that, President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, that would conclude our Remain in School report, and we are happy to field questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Zerbach, and everybody who participated in that report. It's always very compelling, and I'm always amazed at how much work you accomplish between our meetings. So thank you all. Mrs. Paperman, do you have questions this time?
I do have a question on the communication staff and parents. I mean, it's great communication that's open to both. But I would like to know, does the district provide surveys to the parents and staff, and is that communicated with them?
President O'Brien, Ms. Paperman, could you clarify that question for me? Do we provide which service?
Well, because communication, there's a lot of great information on how you're communicating with staff and parents, but does the district provide communication of survey data to the parents and the staff? Like, for example, it could be budgeting. Where do we stand with that? Are parents and staff involved with that in the decision making? Because the surveys, is collecting the data to see, where we all stand in the decision making.
Thank you, Ms. Paperman. So survey data. Yeah, I'm sorry, I heard service. Are we doing, and so as far as the survey data, I'm going to defer to some of my colleagues who could perhaps help me with that one. And so in terms of maybe the budget surveys, things like that, Mr. Migliorini or Ms. Mott, could you jump in on this one?
Yes, President O'Brien, Ms. Paperman, I think you asked about like budget input, information like that. So we do have a budget committee that actually was formed, met in December through February of this school year. And all of that information, including the survey results, are posted on the committee website itself. So the actual presentation itself, including the survey data, is all available on our website when we have committees that provide input.
Well, this could be any survey data. For example, the parents, how many parents, for example, even with masks, are the community getting a survey to see where they stand, with, opening, closing the school, or wearing a mask or not wearing a mask? Is that also communicated, with staff and parents?
President O'Brien, Ms. Paperman, as far as the survey asking a question as direct as that, we have not done that. We do have the general parent survey, which was, I believe was administered, Dr. Finch, you could help me, probably, I think early March is when we started that. It's open, Ms. Paperman, for several weeks, and that survey has since closed. And as far as that information being published, Dr. G, are you aware of the exact website in terms of where that is published for the community, if it is the parent survey?
No, but I'll get that.
We can get back to you, Ms. Paperman, in the board update for that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have transparency, within our community, that within our staff, the decision making is everyone is included, that we all have a voice, and it's very important to communicate those surveys data. Thank you.
Mrs. Fisher?
The only question I have, how was the decision made to change the block schedule? I've had parents contact me that they prefer the block schedule, and they were asking, why hasn't the district asked us if we want it? How is it going? So is there, so we can, because I'm sure they're watching, if you can just answer how the decision was made to change from the block schedule, so that they're aware. I will also email after the individuals that emailed me, but if you could provide the answer, I would appreciate it.
Sure, President O'Brien, Mrs. Fisher. So in terms of the block schedule, just to make sure that folks are aware of the reason why we went to that the reason that we needed the change to the block schedule was because of COVID-19 and our quarantining measures that have come with positive cases in the schools. So the block schedule was something that was recommended by our public health agencies. It does save time for administrators when they engage in the quarantine and isolation process, and it also limits or minimizes the number of students that need to be quarantined because of the fact that not every student may have been present on that day when you go back and do your backtracking during your contact tracing window. As far as next year, Mrs. Fisher, in terms of making that change back, that is something that has been put forth really by the administrators as far as the desire that it is something that they would like to move back to in terms of a regular schedule or a pre-COVID-19 schedule. And so that's where we are at in terms of the scheduling component.
So it was just a campus decision, they sent in their preference?
It was listening to the campus input as far as what they think is the best for their campus.
Okay. And then the only other thing is, I noticed you mentioned a lot in the beginning about the reason we're keeping masks is because we don't want individuals to have to be quarantined, which that just kind of confused me a little bit because it's my understanding that a lot of individuals of our students, I've heard a lot of parents comment about their students are already being quarantined. So are we not quarantining because we have the masks, or are we in fact still quarantining students? Anyways.
Sure, President O'Brien, Ms. Fisher, that's a good question. And so the CDC's and the ADHS, along with our county public health guidance, we still do have to move forward with quarantine procedures, even though students or staff, if it was a positive student or a positive staff case, comes about. So the use of a mask does not prevent a quarantine from happening. What it certainly does prevent is the spread of COVID-19. And so the more the mask prevents others from being infected with COVID-19. As more folks...
We'll continue when you are all quiet so that we can hear his answer.
As more folks get infected with COVID-19, that is a domino impact. And so as more folks get it, then more folks have to be quarantined around them. And so that is why the procedures are in place for that mask, because they do certainly prevent the spread.
So do we have an idea of how many?
This is not a public board meeting. This is a board meeting in public. So you'll be removed if you won't be appropriate. Thank you.
Do we have an idea of how often our students are being quarantined? Do we have a number? Is that data is it somewhere already that I can look?
Ms. Fisher, is the question, was your question, do we have a number of how many quarantines that we've had?
Is there somewhere, because I'm not as familiar with all the charts that y'all have as you are. Do we have it already somewhere that maybe I've just missed it, how often students are being quarantined and where that is?
Yes, the exact number right now, I couldn't tell you, but I can look at that. We do have a database that contains that information, so we can put that in a board update for you.
Okay, thank you. I would appreciate it.
Mrs. Reed?
Thank you. Dr. Galligan, the majority of my questions are for you in regards to summer programming. As far as the math level up students and the EL workshop students, are those students chosen, or is that something that parents can opt into?
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, it is open, let's say the EL is open to any English language learner child. For our math level up, it is specific to those two regions, and it is limited to, I believe, about 25 kids from each, for each school. We have two schools we're running, Goldwater and Deer Valley. But with that said, it truly is for kids who have been identified who have a mindset that I can't do math, I don't like math, math is not me. So more than likely they'll be identified, but that's not to say that if a parent felt it would be of benefit, that they could not request that of their school.
Okay, thank you. And then for, I know we've talked a little bit about it. I can't remember if it was in a board update or if it was at a previous board meeting. But for the programs that we're providing over the summer that do not have a student fee, would you be able to share the funding sources? How we're paying for those?
Well,
Is that Mrs. Mock?
I would love to, because Ms. Mock has been closely involved with our meetings for summer programming, and I'm going to turn it over to her for a quick moment.
Thank you, Dr. Galligan, Ms. Reed, President O'Brien, members of the board. Our ESSER 3 allocation requires us to have a 20% set aside specifically for remediation. So at this time, we plan on using the ESSER 3 funds for our summer programming this year and potentially into future school years as well.
Thank you. And then when we have that number of, as far as what the dollars are, when we get how many students were enrolled, will you, I'm assuming you'll share that with us at a later date?
Absolutely, we sure will.
Okay, thank you. And then it would be helpful, once we get to it, if you could share the number of students that have been identified for each of these programs, and then comparatively how many students actually did attend, like we did last year.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the assistance for tuition if needed on some of the DVOLP and pathways, who would they contact if parents need assistance in paying for those classes?
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, generally those questions eventually get filtered up to me. I have a DVOLP student who we are working with to get a scholarship right now. So most often they contact the school, and then the school contacts, more often than not, DVOLP, and then I get the request final.
Okay, I just want to make sure that parents know exactly who to contact, or it's posted on our website or in a parent communication at some point, that they're able to get the help that they need for their students, and they know who the point of contact is, so nothing gets lost in translation. That would be
Absolutely.
helpful. Thank you. I'm sorry, I did have one more. Apologize. Mrs. Moffett, for new teachers that are coming on with the amount of technology, I know that for our last school year, we provided quite a bit of training and opportunities. So at a future meeting or in the board update, would you be willing to just kind of give us an update and report on the opportunities that we're providing for technology for our new hires? Thank you.
Mrs. Ordway.
Thank you guys for your work. I was interested in knowing when we're going to find out about the preschool, whether it be the developmental preschool or the preschools that are on our high school sites. I realize that everything's not in yet, but there are parents that are pretty interested in knowing after they put their deposits down, if something were to, there'd be a reason that they no longer would want them, if we could know and let them know when that's going to be.
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, would you repeat that one more time?
Our developmental preschools and the preschools that we have on the high school sites, when are we going to know exactly how they're going to work?
So, President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, so I believe you're asking about mitigation measures, prevention measures that may or may not be in place
Oh, well, and also to make sure that it's going to be in person on the high school sites.
Oh, yes.
If we'll have in-person preschool? Yes.
Yes.
So if you could just get that out, maybe one of the parent memos or something, that would be awesome. And I know some of it would be Barber and community schools. But just to get it out there, because there are some people that are wondering what's going on.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And then the next thing is with the math level up. You talk to algebra teachers in our 5 high schools, and they are very concerned and mystified sometimes that they're teaching a lot of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math before they ever get to algebra. So I needed to know how many openings we're going to have, and if we would ever think of having it available to the 5 regions as opposed to 2 regions. Because I know that Mountain Ridge, Boulder Creek, and O'Connor do not have 100% of the freshmen that grasp math or have a belief that they can do math. So just throw that out there. And then if you could, for the audience, Ms. Mock, let us know what an ESSER fund is, please.
Ms. Swordway, President O'Brien, members of the board and audience and watching online, I would love to, and I thought about that after the fact as well, so thank you for giving me an opportunity to correct that. We have 3 different ESSER funds. ESSER stands for the Emergency, and I literally just had it in my head and forgot. The Emergency Secondary, ESSER, Elementary and Secondary Schools Emergency Relief Fund. Thank you very much. Woo! We have 3 of those specific funds. They came with each of the CARES Acts. So anyone who's watching, if you received a stimulus payment, these are the equivalent to the stimulus payments for the school districts. And so that 3rd payment that we received just from the most recent stimulus act that was passed earlier this calendar year, we have that requirement where we are to provide remediation for our students. The good news is we were planning it anyway. And so this will be a welcome requirement for us to have those funds specifically for that purpose, because there was a large likelihood we were going to be using those funds for that purpose for our students anyway.
I think this one's going to be for Mr. Miglerino. Could you talk to us about the free and reduced or the free lunches being extended?
President O'Brien, Ms. Ordway, yes. So the U.S. Department of Education has extended the curbside option for us to extend through all of next school year. So we are making plans to continue that. And it should be noted that we will be doing some coordination with the summer programs to be able to make that available throughout even those summer months. If we can staff it, I guess, at this point.
So that would be in addition to our regular summer feeding programs?
More like an extension of the summer feeding program.
All right, that's it. I'm sorry. There were so many questions. No, but go ahead, because I guess the rest can wait.
Okay, great. Dr. Zerbeck, what will be our data points related to evaluating the Deer Valley Middle School program Deer Valley Middle School selecting to go on block schedule? And yeah.
President O'Brien, you're referring to whether it is an effective structure to use at the school. So our data points will be similar to what we use at our other schools. We will monitor, of course, the learning that is going on in the school through our formative assessments, our benchmarks, and our interim assessments at the school. We also will be monitoring through anecdotal evidence through our collaborative teams and the PLCs as far as how they are working there. We also will be paying particular attention to one particular component of their block, which is the MTSS block, and to see how that is being used, as that is the primary driver for why they are looking to use that at the school. Again, DVMS has some challenges that have been associated with the school due to some of the socioeconomic demographics that are there. And so, again, the school has engaged in some planning that they believe will help the school provide the supports that are needed for the students, not only on the academic side, but on the social, emotional learning side of the house as well. We look at other data points as well. We know the employee satisfaction survey, that's something that we've already looked at this year to see what the employees have said about that. And then we look at the Panorama student survey data to see what elements the students may have recognized as a result of the block and how that's impacted them. So those are some of the points that we will look at to monitor effectiveness. And of course, having those good conversations with the administrators at the school and receiving their feedback too.
Okay, wonderful. I do Jumpstart Algebra. It seems like we've been doing this program in the past. No.
President O'Brien, we did Jumpstart Algebra last year. Our high schools typically in the past have done a Jumpstart program, which is Jumpstart kids into the high school experience and what it means to be a ninth grade student and all of those types of things. Specific to algebra, not as much. So we are, last year and this year, we are focusing on those incoming kids and their algebra skills, the prerequisite skills going into algebra.
Okay, then I would hope that we would track these students, especially since we just started it last year. As we know, ninth grade math is an incredible indicator for success in high school. And so I'd like to be able to look at this data in a few years to see, are we doing what we should be doing for those kids? So thank you for that. I do want to say thank you for working on the transportation for our kids to get where they need to be this summer and providing that. I know that that's been not just in summer, but I hope we'll be able to have a discussion, as Mrs. Ordway has asked for a long time, about how we provide transportation to our kids for other programs during the regular school year. But I can't tell you how happy I am to hear that we've worked on that. And thank you for no fees. Just want to make sure I get through. The return to learning work team. Please refresh my memory. Does this team have parents on it, Dr. Zerbach? Dr. Galligan, I'm
President
not sure.
O'Brien, the Return to Learning is a work team. So it is made up of teachers, campus administrators, and district
So this is
departments.
a staff team.
It is a staff team. It's not a committee.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. I appreciate you answering all my questions. I do want to give a shout out to Mrs. Moffett. I really appreciate you providing us with those updates regarding our vacancies. I think it's exciting that we're staffed at the 93 and 95 percentile, and I'm so excited to be able to share the celebration of retirement with our folks shortly. And with that, I think we're probably done with the Remain in School report. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And next on the agenda, we have the overview of employee group negotiations, and that is Mrs. Moffett.
So good evening again, President O'Brien and governing board members, Dr. Finch and guests. Tonight I bring to you the overview of our employee groups negotiation processes, and this is at the request of the governing board. I think not only to educate the governing board, but also to educate our employees on the processes that we use to give them in our school district. So before I review the policy with you, I do want to remind everybody that we are an focused on association state, not a unionized state in Arizona. So a union is a type of association, though it has one major difference. Members of a union have a legal right to engage in collective bargaining with an employer, and the employer is legally obligated to bargain with the union. That's not the case here in Arizona. But Deer Valley, our governing board, has prioritized staff involvement in decision-making by adopting policy that identifies its intent and provides guidance for employee negotiations in our district. The last time that this policy was revised, it is policy GBB that you see here, staff involvement and decision making, was in 2015. And I recall at this time, I was working in human resources, and this policy was changed because the board chose to recognize BLT as the administrative group. So these three groups are the focused groups here in Deer Valley that you all recognize that the district should be working with when we're discussing anything relative to employees. So the Deer Valley Education Association represents the certified staff. The Deer Valley Education Support Professionals Association, DVUSD, represents the hourly classified staff, and the Deer Valley Building Leadership Team, BLT, represents the building level administrative staff. Specifically, in this policy, policy GBB, there are these two clauses where we identify the negotiated solutions team as the process that we should use in Deer Valley. The governing board is interested in the welfare of its employees. It endorses an orderly process of a negotiation between the board's officially appointed representatives and recognized employee organization representatives. And I'm reading this because I believe it to be important language. Procedures may be utilized to permit representatives of employee organizations to present matters of concern, so the board gives us that authority, and these procedures are a vehicle for collective solutions. So in putting this presentation together, I worked with the current employee groups, and I also spoke with members of administration that worked in our district in the human resources capacity in previous years, decades ago, and in other administrative positions. It was a fun journey. We also found documents all the way back to the 1970s that showed us the processes used between district and employee groups in negotiations. These were the processes that were specifically identified since the 1970s. So it appears as though it has always been critically important to the Deer Valley Unified School District and to all of the boards that there be a process for employees to have a voice. And we had processes that were called traditional bargaining in the beginning. Then we moved into meet and confer. Prior to NST, we used interest-based negotiations. And then currently, a little over a decade, we have used the Negotiated Solutions Team process, affectionately known as NST. And we have separated NST into two key functions. One is budget, salary, and benefits, and the other is language, employee rights, and terms, conditions of employment. Operating procedures are outlined in both the certified and classified manuals under Section 21, and the issues to be discussed are focused on salary, benefits, employee rights, and terms and conditions of I shared with you that's separated into two functions, and that the representative groups will deploy and implement a method for gathering interests of employees annually. Each group does have a different method. DVEA has bylaws that outline how they ratify these agreements, where DVUSD has a less formal process, and so does BLT in their loop out, but they do have a consistent process. Also, in both manuals under Appendix G, there are specific norms, you might say, in how we are to operate. There are expectations for team membership and how the teams are to be composed, attendance, establishing norms for meeting participation, how we are to organize our agendas, how we are to communicate and track our minutes. We also have guidelines for subcommittees. Currently, for example, in language, we have two subcommittees, one committee working on accrual leave processes for recommendation into next year, as well as updating our RIF processes to be in alignment with statute. We also have guidance for constituency feedback and ratification, accountability and evaluation, and one of the most important elements of the NST process is the debriefing requirements at the end of every year. I'd also like to point out that each group, and I will share this a little bit later as well, mentioned that they do enjoy the NST process, especially those that experience the IBN process compared to the NST process. The NST process was intentionally put in so that employee groups could work with the district throughout the entire school year, rather than in one, well, you might say one huge culminating event, but that one huge culminating event tended to go on for a very long time, long meetings that could begin at 9 a.m. and sometimes end at 1 p.m. and could be even confrontational and did not promote positive relationships between employee groups or between employee groups and the district. And so since we've practiced this over 10 years now, we do value it, and as I shared, we do debrief for process improvement purposes at the end of every year and refine as we go. So the first team, budget, salary, and benefits team, here, this is the composition of that team, and this is led by Jim, and also now Heather co-leads the salary and benefit team. There are 3 district representatives and 1 alternative often, and then 3 BLT members and 1 alternative, 3 DVEA members, 1 alternative, and 3 DVESPA members, 1 alternative. We do have longstanding members that sit in these seats, but we also have new members on an annual basis that rotate in. On the other side, the composition of the team for these 2 groups are to focus on employee rights in terms and conditions of employment. The certified team is me, 2 BLT members who are required to be principals, and 2 DVEA members, which traditionally have been the president and another board member from DVEA. The classified group is led by the HR director over classified, 2 BLT members that could be principals, deans, or principals, 2 DVESPA board members, and they also have 2 classified staff members that sit on this committee. And as I mentioned before, the benefit of these groups is that we do begin negotiations early on. Jim organizes his team on a monthly basis, much more often as we get closer to salary recommendation time. And certified and classified language meetings usually begin in later fall. The presidents of each of the organizations made these specific comments regarding the NST process. Harley Kilman, DVEA president, said that DVEA values the NST process as it is an effective way for us to share our perspective and advocate for all employee group needs. Steve Lund, the DVESPA president, stated, DVESPA has appreciated the opportunity to work collaboratively with the employee groups to address salary and benefits. We've established productive relationships with all 3 employee groups in the district for the betterment of all employees. And Joanne Schwarting, BLT president, the NST process nurtures a collaborative environment in which all employee group representatives are encouraged to communicate the preferences of their constituents. The true power of this process, however, is that the representatives are given the opportunity to view the employee groups in aggregate, which allows them to make more equitable decisions for all DVUSD employees. And in summary, we would just like to thank the governing board for giving us a structured process to work with our employees and for providing also that structure to allow employees to have a voice regarding their employment.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Moffett. I think it's important for our governing board members as well as our community to be reminded from whence we came and where we are, especially when you're able to go back to the 1970s when, God, I'm going to give my age away, but when I was a student in Deer Valley Unified School District. So are there any questions, board members? Mrs. Paperman?
So I have a question. So there are 3 groups. So my question is, so all 3 groups, do they all recommend a proposal? Like, how is it recommended? Is it voted? Like, are they all aware of this?
President O'Brien, Ms. Paperman, it's a really great question. There are structured processes that the Appendix G that I mentioned outlines how we are to come to consensus when we make decisions in the budget side. Many conversations over all of the many months that go by. Each group puts their interests forward. Mr. Migliorino and Ms. Mock review the budget. They review legislative updates in anticipation of what might be impacting our budget. And then we begin to refine what we believe will be an appropriate recommendation as as the year goes by. Each group does reach, or the group itself reaches consensus on what we believe our recommendation should be. Then each group has a ratification process or a loop out process that they follow. They loop that out, it comes back, and they give us the thumbs up, which in today's agenda item, each group has supported, even formally through the ratification process, the recommendation. The same is true for language. And the difference with language is that we make those adjustments and we share it in a language update, or what we call the tentative agreement. And if the governing board adopts the tentative agreement, it formally becomes language in either the classified or the certified manual.
Thank you. So I'm glad that the three groups, they also gave their recommendation of what the budget is going to be. Thank you.
Anything else, members? Okay. Thank you so much, Mrs. Moffett, for preparing that. I do appreciate it. All of our call to the public items are for agenda item 6A, so we're going to wait to hear those at that time. May I have a motion to approve consent agenda, please?
Pardon me?
Motion to approve consent agenda?
Yes. I'm sorry, got me off guard there. Okay, we will ask that the governing board approve consent agenda items 5A through 5K.
Second, please.
I second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
There's just too much in there this time that's unexplained for the public, and so I'm going to have to vote nay.
Okay, we have 4 ayes and 1 nay. Item 6A, approval administration's mask recommendation. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion that we approve the administration's recommendation for masks.
Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. We have our 15 speakers, so we will.
Okay, so I'm going to read now, and then we'll, after we hear our public speakers, then we will discuss as board members, correct?
Yes, after our public speakers, we will have a board
So each
discussion.
of our speakers are going to have 2 minutes, and after I read the thing I've got to read, you will line up, and that way it'll move quicker. So the board invites public comment on the district's business in general and on any agenda item specific. All speakers must observe the rules of decorum. Speakers must fill out a card listing name, addresses. Oh, louder. Oh, and slower, I'm sorry. Speakers must fill out a card listing name, address, and topic, and hand it to the board secretary or to the president prior to the calling of the meeting. Speakers must make their comments in no more than 3 minutes. In this case, it will be 2 because we're allotted 30 minutes and there's 15 speakers. Constructive criticism is in order. Rudeness, vulgarity, disruptive conduct, or remarks disrespecting personal dignity are not in order and will not be allowed. Under the Arizona Open Meeting Law, the governing board cannot discuss or act on any items that are not listed on the agenda. Board members may respond to criticism made by a speaker, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. So we have Jim Cahill, and then Stephen Forsty, and then Tyler Anderson, Vicki Lacey.
Please come over to this mic, sir, on the other side of the room. Thank you. All right, how many?
And then I really cannot read this handwriting so great, but it's Sherry Bourbano.
Okay, and then
Am I
let's stop
close?
at that point.
Katie Smith.
Okay, let's stop there, and then
we'll stop.
Then we'll,
because that should be
we'll
enough.
call more names after that. And as a reminder, the timer is on the board behind me. The microphone will be turned off when your 2 minutes is up, and the next speaker will come to the microphone. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Jim Cahill. I'm here to say that it's past time to make masks optional for the children. Science and the data are enough to support this position. Arizona data shows children under the age of 20 are not now or at any time at risk from serious COVID complications. Why do you continue to make children wear a mask for 8 hours a day? Why make them wear a mask when you know they are not at risk? Why do you cruelly make them all wear masks so they never get to see their friends smile? Why won't you let them breathe fresh air? The mask mandate is falsely scaring young children that they are at risk of dying of COVID. You also talk cases, but you know what I also look at? Teachers and staff are not at significant risk. I look at hospitalizations. 99.5% of those in the state under 65 have never been hospitalized. 99.9% of those under 65 have not died with COVID. Also, all the educators push themselves to the head of the line for vaccines. They've had full access to vaccines since late January. Has the board ever considered that teachers and staff have had ample time to protect themselves with the vaccine? So why make the children suffer with masking all day? So what's the harm in just a couple more weeks? My simple answer is, we don't trust you. We believe you want, we believe you want to keep this mask mandate next year. It was on your statement to look at. I think those opposed to telling parents that they have a choice are afraid. You're afraid these 2 weeks of data will show that there was no risk to the children or staff. Those 2 weeks of data will make it much more difficult to justify and implement another mask mandate next year. Give parents control back of their children's health. Thank you.
Please state, you need to have your mask on, sir. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Tyler Anderson. I'm here to protest. I'm here to protest the mask mandate that has been happening. Let's briefly look at the state law. Arizona Revised Statute 32-2076 prohibits the unlicensed practice of medicine. Section 32-1401 defines the practice of medicine as being the diagnosis and treatment and correction of a human disease. A healthcare provider is a person that renders healthcare designated to prevent an illness. That's Arizona Revised Statute 36-3201. Do you realize you are acting in the role of a healthcare provider under the law? The law requires informed consent for a medical procedure. Withdrawal of consent by a patient does not prejudice that person's or service to that person. The civil rights laws of this state and of the federal government deny discrimination against a person for exercise of their rights. In layman's terms, the law is stating that you must inform us of the dangers of the healthcare you are compelling upon us. If we do not consent, you cannot discriminate against us, and you must reasonably accommodate us. Until now, we have given you a pass on this illegal practice of medicine. The law requires you inform us. How come you have not informed us of the ill effects of the mask? The science out there shows that it doesn't help, but that it actually harms your health. So why on earth have you not given us informed consent on these issues? And why are you pushing this?
Thank you for your comment. The next speaker would step to the microphone. Please state your name for the record, and then your time will begin.
Stephen Forsty. Recently, we watched a jury of 12 look at evidence objectively and deliver a verdict in the face of a high-profile divisive case. The last argument from the prosecutors to the jury was for them to believe your eyes. In this pandemic, you can also believe your eyes. Today, I read an article that all vaccination clinics are accepting walk-up patients, No appointment needed. Anyone who wants a vaccine can get it. They say this was a scientific miracle, a vaccine with 96 or 95% effective rate. My question to you is, when did it go from mitigation to elimination of the virus? The hotspots are The hospitals are functioning fine. Vaccines are available to everyone who wants one over 16 in this state. There is no crisis. The kids have had enough trauma. There will be no rough transition away from the masks. The kids will gladly and easily throw them away. The trauma was getting shut down. The trauma to the kids was getting shut down in March of last year, having a rocky hybrid start to this year, being forced to bear a big burden of public health by wearing masks. My sixth grader complains of headaches daily. My third grader watched a kid collapse in his class. Students battling with teachers about masks daily, getting disciplined for non-compliance. Teachers being reprimanded by a principal in front of the class for being too lax on masks. Can't take off masks at recess and PE, 7 hours a day in a mask.
True.
Is it really preventing the spread of a virus? Our kids got sick with a stomach bug upon returning to school. Kids not being fully able to communicate with other students because of blocked facial expressions. Restaurants, bars, gyms, churches, retail stores all open with limited or no restrictions. Why is this burden still placed on our kids? They are the least.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please step up to the microphone. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, please step up to the microphone and state your name for the record, and then your time will begin.
Vicki Lacey, I am. And I'm Vicki Lacey, and I would like to say thank you to the school board. I know it's in your hearts to do the right thing. I know that. I've been a school board member. I work for a school. I understand what you're all going through with parents and grandparents. Really? But with that being said, who is ultimately responsible for the kids' health? You and the school board and the districts are not responsible for head lice. You are not responsible for broken arms. You're not responsible when they get a cold, the flu, strep throat. There is no responsibility to any of you. So why with this? And I have to congratulate you because this is the very first time I have worn a mask. And I have no children in school. I have a grandchild who is at school. I have a lady here that is telling me that they're going to have a wonderful retirement party, and my granddaughter is graduating 8th grade, and there is not a parent, and the graduation is outside, and there's not any parents or grandparents that can attend. You have to ask me why. I don't mean to be yelling and shouting, but I am upset with all of this. My granddaughter is in music class. You order a mask. My daughter had to pay $13 for a mask with a hole in it. Are you kidding me? And masks work? You had all of these wonderful charts and all of this information up there. But did you have one chart with actual stats that masks actually work? No. You had all the CDC and all this wonderful information, and it is good, useful information, but you are not giving us the correct information. There is no reason for young children to be outdoors with the mask on.
They're not outdoors with a mask on.
Thank you for your comments. Please state your name for the record, and then you may begin speaking.
Okay, my name is Katie Mae Smith, and I wanted to start off by saying congratulations to Dr. Finch on his award. I want to say thank you to the 4 board members that are out there that continue to put safety first. I want my kids in school. I want my kids in person. I thank the district for being here. I thank you guys for making the choices that you've made to have my kids be in school. We have 17 days left of school, and I think it's so important that kids get to graduation and they get these last few days of school. And while masks are now an issue or up for debate, quarantine measures are not. That was spelled out to us. And so it would be terrible to have our kids, to have my kids, lose these last precious days because a vote was made to support taking masks away when we have 17 days left of school. So I really appreciate you guys putting safety first.
Don't
Thank you
interrupt
guys
her.
for being quiet so I could speak. I really appreciate you guys putting safety first, putting the education of our children first, and being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Ordway, please call the next 5 speakers.
Well, I have Miss Bourbano, if that's how you say that. Is she not here?
Who?
I can't read her handwriting. I apologize, but
Here.
here. Sheila tried and she.
Is it a Sharon B-A-R Barbuno? Is that?
Okay.
She changed her mind. Okay, thank you so
And
much.
I tried to, did I pronounce it
No
right
problem.
at least? All right, so let's go with Linda Narajo from Union Park, and Brinley Mosley, Jessica Trejo, Rebecca Novicki. Is that what?
One more.
Is that enough? More?
Sure, one more.
Is that enough?
Okay. Please step to the microphone, state your name, and then your time will start.
Here, can I have that?
Hi, my name is Linda Naranjo, and I'm here to talk about special education and masks. So with FAPE, you guys are actually violating our children's right to a special education with these masks on. My son is autistic. He gets disciplined daily because he has to wear a mask, and he can't breathe in a mask. But yet he's being disciplined and being sent away from his classroom where he's not getting FAPE because you're sending him away because of a mask. He's in 3rd grade. My 4th grader almost passed out in PE, had to sit in the nurse's office for a half an hour because she's asthmatic and was running a lap with a mask on. You guys are going to have lawsuits. You guys are going to lose enrollment. We came here from Paradise Valley School District because I heard great things about Deer Valley School District. You guys stayed open when Paradise Valley School District didn't. And I came in here with high hopes, but it's being diminished. And I'm scared and I'm sad for our children. I'm scared that you already have masks on the 2021-22 agenda, that you're already talking about putting our kids in masks next year. How can you feasibly put our kids in masks when the numbers are so low? How? How can you even be talking about this right now? We have 17 days left. What happens if all of our children get pulled?
Thank you. Please state your name and then your time will begin.
My name's Brintley Mosley. Miss O'Brien, Julie Reed, and members of the board, I am so very thankful for your sacrifice and your service. I am thankful that you allowed for in-person school when science said to go virtual. I am glad that you went with the science that in-person learning mattered more. Well, now we have the option to end this mask mandate, and I want to talk about these special needs children. I want to talk about the IEP. I have 7 children that attend this school, 2 of which have an IEP in speech. They are not allowed to see their teachers' mouths move. Do you know how important language development is for a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old to learn their phonics? Just during this meeting, I realized how hard my kids have spent this whole year saying, "What did you say? I can't hear you. Say that again." Why can't our teachers remove their masks when they're teaching our kids? If they've been vaccinated, teachers are not spreaders. They won't spread it to the little kids. So why can't they remove them? And think about the joy and how much happiness we could have when we smile at each other and when we are able to see our friends. I want to celebrate that we have ended this COVID pandemic, and I want to stress the importance of vaccination. That is the thing that slows the spread. That is why we are able to defeat COVID. And I am so thankful that all our teachers were able to be vaccinated and that their lives are saved because of that vaccination. And so please allow my little children to receive instruction and be able to see their mouths move and be able to read. My kindergartner is struggling in reading. She is behind. She doesn't get to see her kindergarten teacher move her mouth, sing those letters, and that she has sacrificed for a whole year. And I have allowed that sacrifice, but now we finally have the option to remove masks, to allow our special needs children and our early learners and our elementary learners to remove those masks. So I asked you, Julie Reed and O'Brien, just like you allowed in-person school, please allow these masks to be optional.
Thank you for your comments. Please, please leave your mask on
Jessica Trejo.
and go ahead.
I'm here tonight, and I'm not going to waste your time arguing with you about the science because you guys are going to believe what you put up there because we all know that it doesn't support muzzling our kids anymore. I'm not going to waste your time reminding you that our kids lost an entire half day of education so that the teachers could get vaccinated. So that means that they should be safe. It is our job to protect our kids, not yours. We know best. I am going to talk to you about the two families' lives that were destroyed yesterday in Deer Valley. I'm not going to bring up the personal details, but there are two families that their lives have changed significantly. And you know why? Because we can't see each other's faces. These kids, they're being masked and they can't stop. They can't stop seeing their emotions, personal connections with their peers. They're not making any connections anymore. They're taking away their humanity so that each individual child is no longer a child. They're just a profile on social media. These masks stop children from being able to acknowledge pain, grief, happiness, or any other emotion a classmate might be experiencing. These masks are stopping our children from looking out for each other, from being a supportive friend, or even making a new one. Stop harming our kids. Remove the masks. Stop allowing our kids to feel alone and isolated behind a mask they don't need. They need each other, and you're preventing them from making these connections. Please consider the damage that you're doing to our children.
If you would hold just 1 second before you state your name, will you call the last speakers, Mrs. Ordway, to come up? Thank you. Your mic's not on.
It is not. Shelby Tanner. Stephen Baker. Megan Shelton. Rachel White. And Stacy Schaefer. And just a reminder, everyone that's sitting in this boardroom needs to have their mask on.
If you don't wear your mask, you will be asked to leave. Thank you. Please state your name for the record and then begin speaking.
My name is Rebecca Nivicki. I have 6 kids that have gone through Deer Valley. 3 have graduated. I have 3 still in. I'm here to give you 2 real-world examples of how these masks are affecting kids. My 3rd grader has a migraine issue. She's had it for 3 years. With the advent of masks this year, she went from 2 to 3 migraines a month to 2 to 3 migraines a week. She throws up at least twice every migraine. I actually found out a month ago there was paperwork you could have a medical doctor give them an exemption. I got that. I went to her doctor. He signed it in a heartbeat. He said, absolutely, the deprivation of oxygen would absolutely trigger a migraine. He signed that paperwork. We turned it in. The school district sat on it for 3 weeks. They stalled. They made me go back and have the doctor write the same thing on the paper, 2 inches above where he already wrote it. And then they finally told me that a committee of people who have never laid eyes on my 9-year-old doctor and who do not have medical degrees, that they know better than her doctor, and they said that she's fine and has to continue to wear masks. I have had to pick her up 9 times in the last 3 weeks just since I turned that paperwork in. It's not just the kids with medical issues that are being ostracized and left behind. The kids with autism, the kids like my daughter with the migraine issues, the kids that are hard of hearing, that can't read lips, that don't know what's going on now. You're harming every kid. Yesterday, I took my 6-foot-tall, 175-pound sophomore in high school to Boulder Creek to urgent care. He could barely walk in, crying with every breath, 103.7 fever when we got in there. Did he have COVID? No. He had bacterial pneumonia. And from the mask, because he is forced to wear bacteria strapped across his face for 8 hours a day for the last 7 months. he now is going to have permanent scarring and prone to bacteria. COVID is not killing these kids. You are.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you, Mrs. Allred. If you just state your name, sweetie, for the record.
Hi, my name is Shelby Tanner, and okay. Deer Valley School Board members, Superintendent Finn, distinguished guests, and my fellow parents and students. My name is Shelby Tanner, and I am in 4th grade at Paseo Hills. Before COVID, I used to have fun in school and I liked to learn. Now it has become a chore. I have missed more days than I care to count due to low threshold for illness. Sometimes I have a sour stomach, and it's not because of any virus. When students get sick with a sour stomach, we get sent home for almost 2 weeks. It's a little overdramatic. Also, my teachers have to make me wear a mask all the time. This is a horrible experience. They are hot and uncomfortable and are a distraction. I feel nauseous when I have to put them on. It doesn't matter if I'm outside or inside, it feels like there is no fresh air. I haven't seen my friends in 2 weeks because of masks, and it really hurts my feelings, and I feel very nauseous when I have to put them on. And I used to be an A and B student, but now I struggle to get B's and C's. It's very hard to breathe, and I really just want you guys to let us breathe again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelby. Please state your name for the record and then begin speaking.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, and I'm Stephen Baker. Governor Ducey lifted the Arizona mask mandate for outside in public, inside businesses, and in schools. Why is this school board keeping the mask mandate for our children in schools? Number two, what is the science this school board uses for mask and social distancing? It will prevent and other adults from receiving and spreading the COVID virus. That's a question to you. Number three, Association of American Physicians and Surgeons performed mask tests on September 26, 2020. This organization performed mask filter efficiency testing on the COVID particle. Was the board aware the size of a COVID particle is 0.125 micron? That's 125 thousandths for those of you that don't know what that is. And surgical mask, which a lot of the students wear, it's also called a medical mask. They're wearing a mask that only filters to 100 microns. It's not even close. Not even close. And the efficiency of this medical mask is about 44%. And then here's the kicker. A lot of you, at least I think some of you, are wearing cloth masks. They do basically nothing. About 10% efficiency. That's what it is. You're worse than the people that.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Sir, you'll need to have a seat. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments. Please state your name and then you can begin to speak.
Megan Shelton. I come to you tonight as a teacher and a parent of 3 kids within the district. As a teacher, I see firsthand the impractical expectation of having these kids go almost 7 hours without repeatedly touching their mask, as most of you have done tonight. I am not even going to go into the topic of cross-contamination as these kids touch their masks and the doorknobs as they enter next to the classroom or the playground equipment, which is zoned so they can't interact with their kids in their other classes, but it's not disinfected between grade levels, and so much more hypocrisy we experience on the daily. What concerns me more than cross-contamination is the germs that these kids are being forced to have near their noses and mouths for several hours a day. Medical professionals have been trained that when medical grade masks become the slightest bit damp, they are ineffective and contaminated, but somehow these thin, ill-fitted cloth masks that are supposedly somehow keeping our kids safe. I am lucky if my kids show up with one mask, let alone a backup mask to change in throughout the day as they become wet from talking, coughing, or sneezing. These same masks that shouldn't be worn for one day are often worn for multiple days. As a parent, mask washing has been added to my dreaded list of chores. My kids never go to school with a dirty mask, and they always have at least one backup, but even then, my first grader started to develop a rash around his mouth. The response to keeping masks cleaner might be to have kids wash their hands more or use hand sanitizers to prevent the contaminating their masks. That might be more practical if the classrooms at our school had sinks. And if the overuse of hand sanitizer or overwashing of hands didn't come in with their own risk of dry, cracked, and bleeding of their delicate skin. It is also very time-consuming to have these kids wash their hands throughout the day when the expectation to teach the same amount of content that we have already struggled to fit in today before that. I would also like to briefly touch on the importance of facial expression that these kids grow and learn, that these kids need to grow and learn how to interact with their peers. In a video series on nonverbal communication from University of California, they describe the face as the organ of emotion and state that people constantly read facial expressions to understand what others are feeling. The face also contains other powerful clues. Our identity is in these features and provides vital clues to our own feelings and those of the people around us. Kids need to see the faces of their friends and teachers. They need to learn social cues.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Rachel White. Thanks for hearing me tonight. Besides the N95 mask or disposable mask in a sterile hospital setting, no mask kids or teachers wear at school prevents the spread of COVID. Every mask we see in public comes with a warning on the packaging that specifically states that it does not prevent the transmission of viruses or COVID. So why is this imposed? Is it out of fear or obligation? Job security? They're all good reasons, but none are more important than our innocent children. 15 days to slow the spread turned into a year and a half. And I hear the word mitigate a lot. It means to make less severe or harsh, peppered in the reasoning. But I would like to know how wearing masks mitigates COVID. Just because it is said does not make it so. We made it make sense when we didn't have any data, but now we have data. Children have over 99.997 survival rate. Adults have a 99.98 survival rate. What are we doing? We have multiple studies of the short and long-term harm trapped CO2 can cause our kids. The most exasperating is the headaches, altered judgment, decreased situational awareness, difficulty coordinating sensory and cognitive abilities, decreased visual acuity, rapid breathing, heavy breathing, heart palpitations, asthma. What more reasons do we need? On the flip side, we have no real information on the health benefits other than taking a couple of people at their word. I don't know why that is. I can't find benefits despite long evenings of researching. My own doctor and my son's pediatrician have both told me wearing a mask to prevent COVID is like trying to swat a fly with a chain link fence. Are they both lying to me? Does that make any sense to you guys? Why do we continue to throw out all the factual information we have been gathering and experiencing?
Thank you for your comments. Would you please put your mask on?
The tyranny. So my name is Stacy Schaefer, and instead of wasting your time trying to explain the science like, nobody's listening to here with the virus and the 99% survival rate, I'm going to personalize this for you and talk to you about my son, who has had nothing but harassment by staff and students for having his nose hanging out of a mask, to the point where we do a rose and thorn every night at dinner at my table on what went well, what went wrong. And let me tell you something, every night my son has been in tears on the harassment he's received about being accused of trying to kill other kids' grandparents because his nose is hanging out of his mask. He has been given one detention after another for his nose hanging out of his mask. Why? Because he's breathing in his own waste all day because he's being forced to do so when he already has a breathing problem. And the answer I was given was, oh, there's an online option, is unacceptable. Let me tell you something about my straight A student son, who is in advanced math, who does very well. He got D's and F's online. It doesn't work for every student. My son deserves better than that. And let me tell you something else really quick, because I have 56 seconds. He had a lunch detention today. That's right, you can laugh, Mr. Finch, all you want. He had a lunch detention today where the indoctrination was off the charts. And I assure you, I am seeing an attorney on Friday. Because why? Why? Because let me tell you, he was given a form by DVUSD to fill out on why he took off his mask. He wrote in there, because I could not breathe. Why? Because his lungs get painful when he tries to breathe in after certain amounts of time during the day and various points in the day after running, recess, whatever. He gets lung pain, he gets dizzy, he gets headaches. He said, because I couldn't breathe. The teacher in Sonoran Foothills Elementary made him rewrite, oh, nope, that's an unacceptable answer. Give me another one. And continued to make him rewrite it until he wrote, because I did not keep other students safe, which was complete bullshit.
Thank you for your comments. You need to put your masks back on or leave. Those are your options, to have your mask on or to leave. Do you either, you have a choice. If you do not put your mask on, you will be trespassed by the officer. Thank you. Officer, if you could trespass those that aren't wearing the masks. Thank you.
Oh my God, this is tiring off the charts. This is not a federal building. It is not legal. The mandate was lifted by our governor. Your policy does not say we have to wear masks in the district office. It only says the schools. You wrote it wrong.
Thank you very much for all of the comments. So we received.
Emotional health, physical health, everything health.
So you can all stay so that you can hear the discussion, or we can clear the room so that the school board can finish their meeting. So thank you very much. The districts.
This is not a public board meeting. This is a board meeting in public. Two different things. You're welcome to watch, not participate.
So the school district asked for a legal opinion related to the executive order that Governor Ducey issued and what our rights were as school board members in our school district. And I believe that all of the governing board members received this from Udall Shumway. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So then I will not read it unless there are parts that board members want to bring up for discussion. All right. Do members, anybody want to start? Mrs. Fisher.
Okay. In one day this week, I answered 116 emails about masks. 14 asked that we keep them for the year. Some wanted them indefinitely. 102 were emails asking, demanding, begging, pleading that our parents be given the freedom of choice to wear it or not. I know We cannot make decisions on emotions or pressure, though, so I would like to share some information. First is health and safety. I found that there are studies on both sides of the issue, but there are a few facts that cannot be ignored. One, the virus are too small to be stopped by a cloth or paper mask. They only stop projection. So a sneeze, a cough, they stop the projection. Two, individuals are having issues with infections due to rebreathing bacteria and fungus or yeast. The human body was not intended, was not made to rebreathe the air they expel. That's on A. B, simply washing a mask daily is not the answer. Depending on the type of bacteria, they duplicate every 4 to 20 minutes. We're talking about an 8-hour day. Every 4 to 20 minutes, you're going to have some bacterial growth. And as you think about your food service workers, the food must be kept to a certain temperature. It's because bacteria growth. We don't want people to get poisoned. But these masks are poisoning the children with the bacteria. C.
Please put your masks on.
Growth of organisms.
I've already asked.
Okay. C. Growth of organisms cause nasal, skin, and mouth infections. Yes, mask mouth and mask knee are real. But worse.
Oh, Mercy, could we let Miss Fisher speak and hear her? Oh my God. Could you please be quiet so we can hear Mrs. Fisher?
If you're not going to leave your mask on, you'll need to leave or be trespassed.
But worse are some of the fungal face infections that have been seen. D is the rebreathing and expelling of air. Can and often does cause dizziness, headaches, lethargy in children. In some of our older staff members, it does put a strain on their cardiovascular system. This is a known. The masks are doing harm to the education of all students. Second is the question of ethics and legality. In the last week, I have spoken with multiple legislators, attorneys, and a judge to see if I could get a clear idea of where we are in relation to the declaration of the state of emergency and how that impacts the decisions throughout the system. I found, regardless of what the legislature does, the governor can simply veto any action there is, and there isn't a supermajority to override it. So we could technically be under the original emergency order indefinitely, or for the remainder of his term as governor. I also found out that should we be taken to court, it would be the law that would most likely prevail over an executive order. This is probably why he has removed many of the restrictions from his responsibility. It removes standing that individuals had to take him to court, or basically to take the state to court. The standing is then moved to the political subdivisions, such as the school districts. I appreciate the evaluation that the various attorneys have provided about the last executive orders, but I caution us all to realize that they don't provide an opinion as to if we would be subjected to legal action from statutes, and statutes is on the side of the parent choice. Arizona Revised Statutes 1601 and 602 preserve the parental rights. Parental rights protection in 601. A, the liberty of parents to direct the upbringing, education, health care, and mental health of their children is a fundamental right. B, this state, any political subdivision of this state or governmental entity, and this is the part that I want to emphasize, shall not infringe on the rights without demonstrating that the compelling governmental interest is applied to the child involved, is of the highest order, is narrowly tailored, and is not otherwise served by a lesser restrictive means. In the beginning of this, there were too many unknowns. We were able to demonstrate compelling interest to the step over the rights for the health and safety purposes. But that is no longer the case. There is adequate evidence that we no longer have standing to disregard the laws that protect the parents' rights, so we must return to following them. Our policies, CB and CBA, allow for our superintendent to create regulations for the administration of the district. But they are clear that these regulations must enforce the statutes and the rules of the state of Arizona, the federal government, and the policies of the governing board. Our policy, JICA, student dress, first paragraph, says the board recognizes that each student's mode of dress and grooming is a manifestation of style and individual preference. The board will not interfere with the right of students and the parents to make decisions regarding their appearance except when their choice affects the educational program of the school or the health and safety of others. In the beginning, it was their health and safety that the regulation, our policy allowed the regulation. We no longer have that situation. Again, we cannot show adequate proof that maintaining this regulation is for the health and safety of anyone, since the rest of society has removed the mask mandate. At this point, it is just control that is being exerted and is clearly infringing on the rights of our parents and students. I am asking the other governing board members to join me in respecting our parents, students, and the laws of the state of Arizona. There is no justification for keeping the mask required. They can be optional, and those who wish to wear them can do so. Let the school year end with kids being able to see the smiles of some of their friends, the smiles of their teacher. Let the community be reassured that we respect them and honor their rights. Through this, we will show that we are the safe place to come back to. I know the superintendent included us in the email response to a parent stating that he expects we will maintain masks to the end of the year. But the community that elected us is who we serve, and they expect that we respect them and their rights granted in law. I also believe it is our duty to protect the district from lawsuits. Maintaining these regulations put the district in the hot seat for legal action, and as it removes it from the state. The parents do have standing to take us to court. The standing they lost when Governor Ducey removed the mandate. So we're now in the hot seat. That's what I have.
Are you done, Mrs. Fisher? Thank you. Mrs. Ordway?
Okay, well, I guess I'll start with, let's not get blinded by that light that's at the end of the tunnel. I've received hundreds of emails too. I will say that they all got the same answer because it's all, I mean the same thing to everyone. I think about it, I read it, and I want to do what's best for kids. The legalities are not important. The health issues would be. With the 30 legalities, not the most important thing, health of children, most important. So just thought I'd repeat that for you since you didn't sound like you heard me.
Thank you.
Ms. Fisher, I'm not quite sure, and I'd like you to elaborate on this, but just on this part so I can finish what I have to say, is who you spoke to that talked about standing for whatever you are referring to, all of the general things that you're referring to.
I am not going to tell you exactly the name of the individual because I don't really want to dig through my purse for her business card.
Okay,
There's an organization, however, that was in the process of preparing a lawsuit against the state of Arizona. They recently spoke with their attorneys, and those attorneys have said that they, because he has removed the mandates, that they no longer have standing, and recommended to them that they now pursue the lawsuit of school districts.
Okay, I just wanted to.
All school districts. I told her that I'm only a board member in Deer Valley, and that if she's telling me she's going to sue me, I can no longer speak with her because it would have to be our lawyers. The legislators that I spoke with, there were 4 legislators. I'm not going to call them out in public meeting, but if
No, I didn't need you to. I just wanted to know where you established that information, because you've established that without, and I understand, because you don't want to, I guess, talk about the people you're getting your information from, so you can
well, we can't discuss stuff
have negative or have a negative impact, but I have spoken to those that will say yes and those that say no, there's no standing. I've spoken to people. I'm going to finish my thought. It's a great thing to be able to finish. So part of what I'm hearing from the parents is there are illnesses happening because of the mask wearing, correct? Okay, so I'm hearing that kids are wearing their masks 8 hours a day, that they're wearing them outside when they have PE. And I don't know why that would be. We don't, as far as I know, it's not required. So maybe we need to make a check on that. But I will tell you, I pass by 2 high schools in the morning and in the afternoon when kids are leaving and arriving. They'll be walking by themselves and they'll have their masks on. I have a girlfriend or a friend who has a son who's in a 5th grade in one of our school districts that rides his bike home from school and will be getting into whatever it is he's doing, and she'll remind him to take his mask off. No, Mom, don't want to take it off. No, that's called a habit. It's not called that. And I'm not having a back and forth conversation. I'm trying to.
This is not a back and forth
I'm not having a
conversation.
conversation with you. I'm trying to throw.
No, you cannot. You can leave then.
You had your chance to speak, now you have to remain quiet.
Everybody that wanted a chance to speak.
You know what, we can always go in
has spoken.
recess. I just want to get our thoughts out so we can have a healthy discussion that whether it works for this group that's here or this part of the group that's there. Just let people speak. This is what we're doing. This is our time to have the conversation. So if we'll be here for 5 hours if you don't stop interrupting. So what I'm trying to understand and make sure is that all of the situations that are being said uniformly across our district, our teachers, our employees, our students, our parents know that children do not need to wear their masks at the designated times that we tell them they're not to. Point. And I'm going to take a break, let somebody else go.
Any other comments from board members? Mrs. Paperman?
Well, I also received and read all the emails, and I do see that there's a group that want to keep their family safe, and there's a group that wants the mask off within the schools. The only concern, like I said before, that I have is that we should have had a survey to the staff and parents and community to see what the majority is, and from there, to make the decisions that we should have everyone involved. If it's opening and closing the schools, budgeting, wearing a mask or not wearing a mask. What does the data show? So as a governing board, I would like to see those numbers. So that was the only concern that I had. Thank you.
Mrs. Reed?
I have a couple of questions, just logistical questions for you. I think that when we discussed having to wear masks over the summer for this school year, one of the concerns that I brought up, and I believe this is where it came from, why it got moved into the mask mandate, or I'm sorry, into the dress code. At one of the meetings, I had asked about making sure that there weren't inappropriate, messages and things like that were going to be on masks. And it was said that it was moved into the dress code, so it would fall underneath all of our dress code guidelines. Can you take a second and explain why the masks were moved into the dress code?
The short answer, it's in the advice of our attorney. That would be the short answer. They recommended that we do that. This was back March of last year. So that, if you remember, there was also a, board policy is the wrong word. What am I looking for? Yeah, it was a memorandum that the board passed, and that was granting authority to the superintendent. That was in relationship to using making sure that we could get cooperation with our different groups in our system, so we could didn't violate our own internal system. So that was, again, the kind of what started it from our attorneys, and then they recommended that we put it to our dress code. And so Denise Lowell-Britt from Udall-Shumway was the one that recommended that we go this way. I don't know if Jenna wants to fill in any more on there, or Jim or anyone else wants to fill in what the reason behind it. It was more nimble too as well. I think that's why she wanted to recommend it.
Was there anything you wanted to add? No? Okay.
To Mrs. Reed's point, it is also in our staff dress code, correct? Sorry, Mrs. Reed.
President O'Brien, for employees, no, it is not identified under dress code. It is listed under job expectation or as a requirement of employment.
Thank you for that clarification. Mrs. Fisher?
It actually came forward in Policy Advisory 672 and 676 from the Arizona School Boards Association. It's listed in there, and it tells you which policies to put it under.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Reed?
If we were to make masks optional, is there a mechanism that we could trigger that would allow parents of students who did not feel comfortable going to in-person school to be able to be moved online for the remainder of the school year?
Ask that again. You're saying if it became optional, they would have to go to online?
No, so one of the emails that I received was from a parent whose husband is a transplant recipient, who has a liver transplant, and he cannot receive a vaccine because of the transplant, and so he's immunocompromised. The wife has received the vaccine. The kids are not eligible to receive the vaccine as of yet. And so when they made the decision to send their kids back to in-person school, it was under the guise of having the mitigation strategies. So what my ask is, if we're changing the mitigation strategies, because I'm sure that this isn't the only, that's not the only person that has these different things. For other parents who maybe are family members that are immunocompromised, because, I know that Mrs. Paperman and Mrs. Fisher weren't on the board yet when we were making these decisions in the fall, but we did receive quite a few emails from parents who had those concerns or who are caregivers for people that are in susceptible groups. So we did receive quite a bit of those. So my ask is, if we were to make masks optional and we had a group of students that for whatever reason did not want to continue to go to in-person school because masks would be optional, is there a way to provide services to them where they could finish the school year out online?
I think that's a Dr. Galligan question, or maybe Dr. Z.
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, we had, prior to this conversation, had thought about transfers between DVOA, DVOLP, and brick and mortar and back and forth. Actually, this Friday, April 30th, we had determined would be the last day for transfers to occur. We could revisit that timeline just because the disruption to kids, but that would, of course, be a parent decision. And then the number of staff that we have in our Deer Valley Online Academy, as well as our high school DVOLP, would be a factor, just depending on the number of parents who would have that need to move. But we had discussed when transfers, either way, would end for this school year, and it is this Friday, April 30th. That can be revisited.
Okay, I don't want to make a decision that is going to change the trajectory of individuals without having, I don't want unintended consequences. I think we've had enough unintended consequences this school year, and I don't want to make a decision that's going to make us pivot and have to change things all around without knowing whether or not we can do that, first of all, and what that's going to do to the system. And I understand that there are several other charters and private schools that were able to turn their system very quickly. However, with, they might have, a couple thousand students or a couple hundred students. Because we're a unified district, whatever we do at one school, we have to do at all the schools, and that makes things a little bit more complicated with trying to figure out all of the logistics. And so I'm not opposed to making masks optional. I just want to know what the unintended consequences are going to be that maybe we might not have seen. To Ms. Paverman's point, our board, the previous board last year was, we did our best to hear both sides of the situation and put on the lenses of all different stakeholders. And I think that there were hours and hours of deliberation that we all had with every single decision that we've had to make. I wouldn't be opposed to doing a quick survey, but it would have to be a quick survey, like within a 24 to 48 hour turnaround that would open very quickly and close very quickly, to survey parents and staff members to see exactly where this falls. Because I know that most people, and this is no slight to anyone, but what I found with being on the board and having to make tough decisions, and I think that our fellow board members will agree, is that when people agree with what is going on, they tend not to say anything. When people disagree, they tend to be a little bit louder. And so I just want to make sure that I'm not missing any viewpoints from anyone that might not be in the room or that might not have had the opportunity to send an email. I know that this is a very busy time of the year for our family, with all of the end of the year activities, with having a graduate. And so I don't know that the majority of our parents have taken the time or had the opportunity to really understand or have an opportunity to provide input. And so I would like to be able to give them a formal way to do so. That's all I have at the moment.
So we have 17 days left to school. And this pandemic has certainly sent us on a roller coaster ride that I don't ever want to go on again. And if you know me, you know I love roller coasters. Everything from the governor shutting us down on March 16th for the rest of the school year to skyrocketing numbers over the summertime, to the debate about in-person versus virtual schooling, numbers that came back down, numbers that skyrocketed again, and us trying to provide along the way an in-person option for our community. And part of that in-person option was our mitigation strategies that included mask wearing. It included putting as much distance as we could between students in the classroom, in the cafeterias, and being diligent about those mitigation strategies. I believe that Deer Valley has been successful this last year because of their steadfastness in doing what is right for our students and our staff. We have 39 schools. We have 32,000-ish, depending on which report we're getting, students, and nearly 4,000 staff members. And I will agree with Mrs. Reed that in my 6 years of serving on this board, often those who are the most upset are the loudest, they're the most vocal. We don't always hear from those who are happy with the status quo. But I do know that we did receive emails, and I have heard from staff members, families, students who want to finish this year strong, don't want to have to miss the events that we're able to provide to our students this year that some of them had to miss out on last year. A couple of folks mentioned the vaccine and our staff being able to get vaccinated because we did run a pod for all the education facilities within our district. What does not happen with a vaccine is 100% immunization. What it means is that if you get it, COVID, you might not get as sick as you would have gotten. You might not end up in the hospital. And I know this because people who have been vaccinated have gotten COVID since being vaccinated. So great. So for the last 17 days of school, thank you. I am in support of maintaining our mask wearing. I understand that there are people that are going to be unhappy with that vote, that decision. I've looked at the information that's come in. I've listened to the stakeholders that have come in here, my fellow governing board members. I also do want to read a portion of that legal opinion based on Mrs. Fisher's comments and the legal opinion that she received regarding ARS 1-601 and 1-602, which provides the parents with the right, actually the question says, do our ARS 1-601 and 1-602 provide parents with the right to opt out of the face covering requirements that school districts have in their current COVID-19 mitigation plans, governing board policies, and/or administrative regulations? And the answer is no. While these statutes provide parents with the right to make educational and medical decisions for their children, they do not allow parents to prescribe the details of how the school district in which the parent chooses to enroll the child mitigates the dangers associated with COVID-19. So certainly that does not stop anybody from filing a lawsuit. Anybody can file anytime they want for any reason. I have to make the best decision I can based on the information I have and the well-being and safety, and quite frankly, I believe the promise we made to our students and staff last fall when we opened up in person again with mitigation strategies. I have an email from a teacher who is 6 months pregnant. She can't get the vaccine, and she's at great risk if she gets COVID. She wants masks to continue for her safety and the safety of her baby, and she's teaching students. So the answer to, I think, Mrs. Reed, one of Mrs. Reed's questions is, one of the unintended consequences is not just where will the students go who cannot be in a classroom where classmates are not wearing the masks, what will we do about teachers and educators or staff members, classified staff members, bus drivers, electricians, janitors, if they can't work because they can't be in that environment? What does that do? We are in a stable environment right now, and so I believe that we should, or I support continuing the masks through the end of the year, and I look forward to seeing the information and having the discussions about how we proceed through summer and for the 21-22 school year. Mrs. Ordway?
Now it's a little bit quieter. I can think better. I am on. So our 16-year-old and unders are the only ones that cannot get the vaccination. Those students that we're hearing about that are wearing the masks for hours and hours, Dr. Zerbeck and whomever, Dr. Finch, if you would make sure that we have that information out to all of our campuses with when they have to and when they don't have to wear their masks. Perhaps we can also get an update that talks about our students that have special needs, how we are caring for them in light of the mask. Because it sounds like from many of the comments tonight that we're not caring for our children, and I would like to make sure that that is not the case. So you have the comment cards from the individuals. Please follow up with them and make sure that we're doing the right thing. We do have 17 days left for this school year. We have, I don't know, how many seniors do we have that want to graduate at State Farm? We have a lot of them. Last year, I spent a lot of time delivering presents to seniors that were not going to have anything that remotely looked like that. We have teachers that want to end the year strong. We have an organization that I feel would like to concentrate these last maybe 14 days, maybe not all 17, but maybe the last 14 days on pushing each child across whichever mark they have to get through. So we have mechanisms in our system for those that do not choose to wear a mask, and I don't think that if you don't wear the mask or you want to wear a mask, one wants to be healthy and one wants to be unhealthy. It's a personal decision. However, we do have 34,000 humans that we are responsible for, that we sent out, that we then send out into the community. So for 17 days, I think I know I'm going to make the decision to uphold our mitigation strategies. And we also do have every opportunity, Dr. Finch, and Dr. Zurbach and this whole team, that when something very big pops up, we can monitor and adjust, which is what we've been doing all year. So that's all I have to say. So if you want to call the vote, Mrs. O'Brien.
Ms. O'Brien, I do have one final thing I'd like to say, just based on your statement. Viruses don't go away. Immunizations or not, viruses don't go away. They mutate, they change. Viruses do not go away. Next year, we will have pregnant individuals, we'll have elderly individuals, we will have any individual that we have now, the odds are we will have them again next year. What I'm hearing, and it breaks my heart, is that we will never unmask these poor children. And we are, in fact, hurting them. You know, the funniest line I saw when this all started, I have an autistic son, so I love to watch shows, you know, and I watched the one where the autistic kid's a doctor. It was a little ironic when the very first episode after they started filming again came out, and he said, "I love this. Now everybody else is as disadvantaged as I am. None of them can communicate either. It's like the whole world is autistic." We are hurting kids. Autism is hard. Being deaf is hard. Communication isn't just words, it's gestures. I know this because I have the worst poker face. Everybody knows what I'm thinking half the time because I have expression. We are harming children by continuing this, 17 days or not. And I'm sorry, but our community they were right in saying that they don't trust us. And just based on what I'm hearing, they have reason not to trust us. If we don't make masks optional, if we don't respect their requests and respect their rights, I don't see that we ever will. And they need to be aware that that's the situation that I believe we're in. So that's my one stand. If you can call for the vote or whatever, but I will not support maintaining masks on children.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. However, I do understand that we'll have all of those types of people next year. However, if they make the decision, teachers, staff, or students, to return to our schools in the fall, after we have made a decision to make masks optional, they have made an informed decision. We had staff and students and families who made an informed decision this year. I can intend to keep that information as it is for the next 17 days. I did not say I intended to keep it for next year. This vote right now is about the next 17 days, and it means it will go through the end of the 2020-2021 school and we will have another discussion later. I will call for the vote. All those in favor of supporting the administration's mask recommendation to keep masks until the end of the school year, please say aye.
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 All those against?
Nay, because I respect the community.
4-1, the motion passes. All right, I'm going to request or call a recess until 10 o'clock.
I'm sorry, guys.
Mrs. Fisher, I need your vote, and
It's not
Ms.
popping
Ordway,
up.
I need
Can
your
you
vote.
Go ahead and put a no for me. Thank you. I'm so ashamed of this district. Yes, sir.
when like they're gonna try to vote for next year? So you know when they're gonna try to get it.
No, as far as I know, this is it. Then they say there's another vote.
Because
There's
like
nothing
so
on
say
that.
like I'm not doing this for next year, so obviously you know I gotta.
We won't know. Until they decide to put it on an agenda again.
So it could be August.
Could be August, could be September, October, November, December, January.
Meeting back to order at 10:01 PM. If I could have a motion for action item 6B.
Sure, I will make a motion that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to pre-approve the addenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Is there? Sorry, my computer froze for a second. Mr. Maglino, is there any information or just any questions from the board on the addenda?
Nope.
Nope. Going once, going twice. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Mrs. Taylor, I'm still trying to get
Any
on.
Aye. Same
Any
thing.
opposed?
I can't get back in yet either.
Hearing none, it was a pass 5-0.
All right, so then moving to 6C.
Correct?
I would move that we approve the tax credit and fee authorization for 2021, 2022.
I second.
Are there any questions for Mrs. Mock? I can't see Mrs. Paperman, sorry. Thank you. Mrs. Fisher, are you good? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We have online school name recommendation.
So I'd make a motion that the governing board approve the recommendation for the K-12 online school name, which I believe is Aspire.
I second.
Dr. Galligan, is there any updated information from last time? Nope. Any questions for Dr. Galligan? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We would go to item E.
I would make a motion that the governing board approve the 2021-2022 Deer Valley Unified School District Pathways Calendar as recommended.
I second.
Any questions for administration? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? There it is.
6F.
Please record your votes. I believe it passed 5-0, or unanimous passing there. 6F.
All right, I would ask that the governing board approve the recommendation for the 9-12 World Language Curriculum Materials adoption.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there? Mrs. Reed.
Regarding stakeholder feedback, did we get any?
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, we did. There were no dissenting comments from public. We didn't have very many of our public who provided us response, but we did send information out through our teachers to the parents, through our website, and through our social media. There were no dissenting for those that did submit.
Okay, thank you. I did receive one of those emails from my son's Spanish teacher, so I did note that they went out. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Item 6G.
I would ask that the governing board accept the administration's recommendation to approve the 2021-2022 negotiated solution team salary recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Ordway and Mrs. Reed. Mr. Miglerino, I'm pretty sure that you're going to talk to us for a few minutes.
President O'Brien, members of the board, Dr. Finch, just in the interest of time, I do want to be brief, but I know this is a little bit weighty in terms of the topic, so I think we do need to spend a little bit of time speaking about this. I do want to recognize the NST process, and I think Ms. Moffitt did a great job explaining the process that we use. This happens to be the membership for NST for this year. And again, specifically, this is the benefit salary and benefit arm of the NST process. Wanted to recognize these people because of the commitment that they make to meeting at least monthly. It's a little more frequent as we get into this season, and we have some very spirited conversations at times. But there is it's a good team that brings good information to the group to be able to make informed decisions about the recommendation that you're going to consider this evening. Here's the list of meeting dates, just informational more than anything. Just kind of the accomplishments. The benefit committee recommendation came through this same process. This was previously approved by the board on March 2nd. We are currently in the process of open enrollment for our employees. That's going to continue through May 7th. So thank you for approving that early so that we can complete that process before we get into the end of year activities that are more instructionally based. And the main reason for considering the salary recommendation this evening is it took us this long to develop the recommendation due to the unprecedented year that we're contending with and all of the variables that are in play. Some of them been mentioned this evening, including some of the federal stimulus dollars. The legislative session has not concluded at this point. But it is important for us to know that our classified staff have not received commitment from us for next year. Many of those positions are difficult for us to fill. So making this known gives us the ability to publish those hopefully in the upcoming weeks prior to us getting to the point where they might, in some instances, the 9-month employees will be gone for the summer. It also allows us to bring the salary schedules back to you at the very next meeting. That will allow us to begin recruiting for all of the many people that we are going to be celebrating during that retirement reception coming up, and any other positions that become open. So appreciate the consideration. We've tried to provide information along the way, so some of this information is not going to be new information. These are all the budget assumptions. I think I'm just going to touch on some of the highlights again, just in the interest of time. We really are counting from a budget standpoint, and what we are using to forecast the budget limit, the maximum amount of money that we anticipate having for next year, is we're using the 100th day student count that we had this year. We will be funded next year on the current student count, or what we call average daily membership, for next year. And we are anticipating that we will actually have more students than we had on the 100th day this year, because we are optimistic that way. And but we wanted to budget conservatively in terms of predicting what the budget limit would be generated from the formula. I'll make a note, number 5A here is we did staff with some slight student growth. So different than the budget, the resources that we had available, we did staff assuming that there was going to be some student growth so that we would be able to retain as many positions as possible. So we didn't want to cut positions and then have to retool by trying to fill those positions after maybe letting some people go. And there's been some things in the media about other districts that have been affected by that. It was this group's determination, the NST I'm speaking of, that we wanted to retain as many positions as possible, because it is difficult for us to retool, especially with some of the scarcity of available people to fill those positions. This gets way in the weeds, this slide, in terms of the dollar amounts. I think the total compensation that we're looking at is $6.3 million in potential increases that would be coming from our operating budget, if you will, our M&O, our maintenance and operation budget. But 1.7 of that is conditional on an increase in students. So what we're really, I'll say, I don't even want to use the word guaranteeing. What we're really stating is 4.6 million of that would be funds that our employees could count on for next year. It's not a commitment to a salary increase, and I'll get into that as we look at some of the examples, but it is additional money that would be paid to them. And we're doing it very strategically because we don't know what resources we'll have for the year after, for the 22-23 year. And that's going to be predicated again based on the number of students, where we're at with some of the stimulus money, some things that we just don't have the answers to today. There's some additional funding that's available for our certified staff through the Classroom Site Fund, and it's fairly significant. So there's an increase in ongoing revenue because the state has done so well in terms of recovery. So tax collections are up, et cetera. But there's also some one-time money because the agency that actually predicts or forecasts the budget limit for the Classroom Site Fund had to do that right at the beginning of the pandemic. And so they were super conservative, thought that the tax collections and the economy would be much worse than it actually was. And so there's some one-time money in Classroom Site Fund. So we'll talk about what that looks like for our teachers as we look at some examples. The rest of this is just kind of informational as we're starting to build the budget. I wanted to give special recognition to Ms. Mock for all her efforts creating our budget book that helps us keep track of all this. It's a very dynamic situation. I think we're up to letter F. We label these. I think we might have to use something other than the alphabet because there's a chance that maybe we might hit Z at some point in the near future. And then I guess we go to AA at that point. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. But this is what a 1% salary increase looks like for us. This is something we refer to as our M&O salary grid. It's just a document that there's a lot of information on here. Basically, bottom right corner, almost $1.9 million to give a 1% raise. And it's in the categories of those employee groups that you heard Ms. Moffitt speak about. So our admin exempt, represented by our admin group and our building leadership team, the certified and other professionals are overseen by our Deer Valley Education Association, and the classified group you can see at the bottom is represented by our Deer Valley Educational Support professionals. So the this just gives you an idea of what 1% looks like because that's what is included in the recommendation. And this page, I think, is probably maybe one of the more helpful pages in terms of what the increase looks like in terms of the financial impact to our budget and where we think we're going to get the funding for that. So that 1%, again, $1.8 million, almost $1.9 million, we believe that we can fund that from our maintenance and operation budget for next year. There's an $800 one-time amount. It's also it's converted to a percentage increase for the classified, and I'll get into that in a moment. That's $2.7 million. And we think that a portion of that will come from M&O and a portion of it will come from ESSER. I'd have to refer to Ms. Mock to remind myself what that stands for, but it's the federal stimulus dollars. There's a potential for $500 one-time payment. That's almost $1.7 million, but that is predicated on average daily membership. So if our average daily membership increases and we're going to be funded based on whatever number we actually have next year, that will fund itself. The reason for the one-time payments would mean that they would not automatically attach to salaries, but they would be paid to them as compensation for next year. And then when this group reconvenes a year from now, we'll be able to look at our financial situation to see if those increases or those one-time amounts can be added to their salary as we talk about the fiscal year 23 salary increases. So it gives us the opportunity to reevaluate where we are financially a year from now to see if it's something that's sustainable for us. And I think that was super important. The Classroom Site Fund ongoing increases just over are almost $412,000. And then the one-time amount, again, very sizable, $3.7 million. It's worth noting, as I flip to the next slide, that included in the classroom site fund consideration because of changes that happened during this legislative session that have already been signed by the governor. Just haven't been implemented yet because we have to wait for 90 days after sine die. But our student support professionals are going to be returned to classroom site fund eligible status. They were. There was a Court of Appeals ruling that said that they weren't, and now legislatively they've been put back in, and this proposal does consider that. So this is the narrative of this. We did fund professional growth. We've had a lot of conversations about professional growth. This amount has continued to diminish in years. This used to be well over $100,000. It's now just over $42,000. We commit to this. If we were to defer it, it just makes a bigger commitment in a future year. So it is always one of the first things that we see on the actual salary recommendation. I'm going to try not to read all this to you because there's a lot of language in here, and it's really just prescriptive of how we want to go through the process to make sure that we've dotted I's and crossed T's and that. But basically, certified teachers, a 1% salary increase that does attach to their salary. It does increase the starting teacher pay to $41,750 from $41,500 currently. So there would be a separation between a second-year teacher at $41,915 and $41,750 for a brand-new teacher. It does have an $800 flat payment in it and the potential for a $500 flat payment, both to be paid in December. We did talk a lot about when the payment of this would be most desirable. And they thought right before the break there was a pretty compelling argument. The only conversation that was contrary to that was that this one-time payment could be paid to somebody that may not continue and complete the year. We hope that that's not the case because it wouldn't be prorated because they would be gone if they left. So we originally had it in the spring. The employee groups did have a compelling argument for us to move that up to December. And I think that is something that we were able to agree to. The other professional group is here. This is our occupational therapists, our physical therapists, our speech psychologists, everybody that's on that OPS salary schedule. It's basically the same as the certified, and we could have collapsed it, but I needed to make the note that they are going to be eligible as CSF. So in the future, we can maybe collapse that. Only to probably expand it in a future year, but just job security, I guess. The classified group, the 1% salary increase, and I should mention, because we've had discussions in the past about percentage increase and flat dollar increases. These are percentage increases, and the flat dollar amounts. And you'll see how this. I have some examples in the slide deck here that'll give you some sense of what this looks like. The classified group, we converted all of their salary increases to a percentage increase, and the reason for that is the little text box off to the side is. We have been contending with salary compression due to minimum wage increases. So we have the bottom of our salary schedules collapsing, the bottom ranges, and moving up faster than any other raise that we've been able to give anybody above the $12 an hour wage, which are $12.15 is now current minimum wage. By giving a percentage raise, those that make more will get more. And we talked about maybe even eliminating or having a tiered approach to this in which the bottom ranges would get a lower percentage than the upper ranges. The problem with this is our lower ranges are where we're having the most difficulty filling some positions because we're only offering a minimum wage. So there's no differentiation. So we decided that, hey, if we do a percentage raise, those, I'll just use as an example, 2.8% of $10 is a smaller amount than 2.8% of $20 an hour. So this will create some differentiation. Both of their one-time payments have been converted to a percentage increase different than the other groups that we just talked about. And then finally, the administrative group mirrors the certified and other professional group, 1% with an $800 one-time payment and the potential for a $500 payment if our average daily membership goes above 31,000. Remember, average daily membership is not the same as enrollment. So that number is consistent with what we've been using to build our budget. We get into the classroom site fund here for comparative purposes. That $4,740 for next year was $199 less, so 45 and some change, because the classroom site fund's going up. The Fund 20 is instructional improvement, or sometimes referred to as the Indian Gaming Pact. And because some of the casinos were closed during the early part of the pandemic, that amount did go down about $41 per teacher for the projection for next year. But it does include an $1,810 one-time payment for the underestimate of the classroom site fund allocation for this current year. So this is what this looks like. I think this page, actually, if I can explain it, and I hope I can quickly, this is just a bunch of examples within each of those employee groups. So the very first line is a brand new teacher, $41,500. A 1% increase would be $41,915. The one-time payment that we're committing to them is $800. The CSF increase, that's the ongoing increase, $199. The CSF one-time payment, $1,810. So their total compensation for next year will be $44,725. If we reach that ADM number, and we hope that we do, they would receive another $500. So that is $45,224. That's a 9% increase. Because these are flat dollar amounts, I'm just using examples all the way to $70,000. So those aren't real people. It dilutes the increase to 5.7%. Again, because those flat dollar amounts are a smaller percentage on a higher salary. Other professional, it's calculated the same way, other than they have not participated in the classroom site fund previously. So this is returning back to where we once were, and they would also get an increase in their performance pay, because the performance pay amount is based off the classroom site fund as opposed to our district performance pay program, so it's an increased amount. This is just the same examples for the classified and the admin exempt group. So the way you read this is $12.15 is the minimum wage, 206-day contract, 7 hours a day, just hypothetical position. They would make $17,520 this year. Next year, with the 1% increase, $17,696. The 2.8% would be $491. If the second trigger, which is all predicated on 31,000 ADM, would be $315, so a 5.6%. Because these are all percentage increases, you can see the percentage is consistent for all of these examples. And these are just random examples for our classified group. The admin exempt reverts back to the one-time payments being flat dollar amounts. Starting at the bottom at $52,519. These are all like starting salaries within the admin exempt group. Some of these are principal, some of these are in our exempt group. You can see the percentage ranges from as low as 3.5% if all of those triggers are met, down to 2.4% for a hypothetical $91,336 contract that might exist for today. The notes are important at the bottom, and they are in Jim font. I apologize in advance. But the one-time payments are adjusted based on FTE and paid to employees that worked in FY21. So just like any other raise that we would give, even though they're one-time payments, you had to have worked in the current school year to get the raise for next year. The salary, and I skimmed over it, but everyone else that starts anew for next year would just get the adjusted salary. That would be the modification to the salary increase, like I pointed out for the certified. The shaded amounts are the potential one-time amounts that are predicated based on ADM. And then the note there that the one-time amounts can be later determined to be included in the salary in the FY23 salary recommendation process. So just to make sure that that's captured. So next steps, we have the consideration tonight. We have a budget revision that we need to do for the FY21 year at the May 11th board meeting. That has to be done by the 15th. That's when we can also do the salary schedules and have the board consider it based on the information that's contained in the narrative. We will bring the proposed budget back for FY22 in June, and then adopt it in July. And we will incorporate these salary increases in that budget that we develop. So I'll be happy to answer any questions the board might have in regards to this. I should point out that the NST did agree to this at that meeting that was back on April 13th. And I did receive notice today that all three groups did ratify the recommendation. So I think that's important to note as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miglerino. And just going to tell you, I'm excited that I'm on my own laptop because I could hit the enlarge button for the Jim font. All right, members, would you like to start, Mrs. Fisher?
I'll chime in when we discuss children. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't hear you.
I will chime in when we prioritize children. I'm okay with where we're at with this.
Okay, Mrs. Paperman.
Thank you for the presentation, so I'm good.
Mrs. Reed?
When you've had conversations with other districts, do you know what some of the other districts are doing as far as raises go for their teachers, their staff?
Yeah, President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, yes, it's one of the things that the NST in the process that we did talk to others. I would say most districts are adopting a very similar strategy with what I would refer to as modest increases that are commitments to salaries that are attached to salaries. We saw a high of 5%, which was an anomaly, I will tell you, for a high school district in the West Valley. And we saw 3% for Peoria. It was being considered. I don't know that any of these have been formally approved by their governing board. And Peoria had some pent-up demand because they were waiting for some elections to determine some of their financial fate from recent years. And so that was the high. That wasn't an anomaly. Most were in the 1% to 2% range with one-time payments, just like what we're proposing. And I think it's worth noting that because the federal stimulus dollars are determined based on free and reduced lunch counts, that our federal stimulus dollars per student is much lower than some of our neighboring districts. For example, the Washington Elementary School District, which serves about the same number of elementary students that we serve, their ESSER II money was about double what we are going to receive. And then we have another almost 11,000 high school students on top of just the elementary. But they're still getting more than twice the money that we're receiving in federal stimulus dollars. So our situation is a little different than other districts from the standpoint of the stimulus dollars and how they would be used. And we have made provisions so that even though we are considering the use of some of the stimulus dollars, because those aren't guaranteed to continue indefinitely, we have some provisions built in to give us some levers to be able to make sure that whatever is ultimately decided beyond next year is financially affordable as well.
Thank you. I did briefly talk to DVEA about their survey results, and I think it was like 95% or 94%.
That's correct.
Of survey respondents voted yes, and then about 6% didn't. And I did ask Harvey why, and he said they didn't collect data on why people voted the way that they did. However, he did receive emails from teachers who decided to vote no because they felt like I don't want to quote it or put words in his mouth, but basically the 1% wasn't good enough for the amount of work and the asks that were required of them, I guess, for per se for this past school year. And I do want to say that I know that we did ask a lot of our teachers and our classified staff and our administrators this year. We had a lot of changes and there was a lot of overtime and work that they did around the clock. And I appreciate all of the work that we did and that you guys did. I also want to say that I'm really proud of our district that we didn't have to lay off any teachers and everyone was able to keep their jobs, and that for next year, we have not laid off any of our teachers. I know that some other districts have. If we had more money to be able to pay our staff, I would want them to receive higher than 1%. I think that our district provides a great opportunity for our teachers and our staff to work here, and we do want to continue to retain the best quality staff members and administrators and teachers that we can. So my ask would be that for next year as we go through this, and I know that things are tumultuous, but that we might be able to look towards doing a higher percentage than 1% for the next contract year. I don't think that any of you are assuming that we want to continue to keep it at a 1% for our teachers for the next year, but that would be my ask and my comments. So thank you.
President O'Brien, Ms. Reed, just to be clear, is a 1% salary increase that we're assuring them plus $800, which is a commitment from us as part of this. And so and the Classroom Site Fund one-time payment, so it's not 1%. And the one-time payment from the Classroom Site Fund is likely not to be continued, and it's a sizable amount at $1,810. But most of our employees are going to see somewhere between 7 or 8% of an increase, our certified teachers, in total compensation, what they earned this year and what they would earn next year with the one-time payments. It gives us the ability to add that to their salary officially as we look into the 22-23 year, but their paycheck totals are going to be much more than 1%.
No, I understand. I understand how all of the numbers work and they compute and the allocations for them. I know that we are continuously, we do the best that we can with the budget and with the money that we're allocated, but I also know that our teachers are still underpaid, and I know that when we are looking to find quality teachers to bring into our district, I know that we, they do look at everything, including our insurance, and I know that we have a healthy insurance package too. But I'm saying, just moving forward, I would like to see it be more than 1% for a raise moving forward. That's all. I understand how the numbers work. Thank you.
Mrs. Ordway?
Well, we've gone through this rodeo a lot of times, and it is best to make sure that you can sustain a raise as opposed to try to take one away, because it doesn't happen and then you get into trouble. So with all three of the associations understanding how that works, it's nice to see that they're working very much in harmony, looking out, for each other. And that's not Jim Font, because I read it without my glasses, even though it was on the big screen. So I would appreciate if you did separate out the different certified, how you did that, because I don't know if you remember, like a long time ago, people thought we forgot about them, and maybe we did. And I don't ever want that to happen again, and I want those certified employees to see that they're there, and also other people that are looking at it. And whereas I don't think that probably many of our employees are paid what they're worth, I would add that our classified, our certified, our admin, our, non-exempt, exempt, I think you're all worth more than we're paying you. So, that and Jim Font will
will make you sleep well tonight. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, members. First, I would like to thank all the NST members for all the time and effort they put into this. And I am, it makes my heart happy to hear that our members once again in a time that could have been, I guess there could have been more discord, but they chose to value each other and ensure that we were not riffing people and we were preserving jobs, much like these groups decided to do during the Great Recession. So I am happy to hear that, our long-standing tradition of working with our associations, with our staff, has continued, and appreciate all the hard work they did to get us to this point. Thank you, Mr. Miglorino, Mrs. Mock, and everybody who served. If I could get a clarification on, there's the one-time payment that will happen in December, correct? The $800, and then there could be a trigger payment if our ADM, and sorry if you said this already, when would that occur if it's eligible to occur?
President O'Brien, great question. I don't think I did mention this. So we envision that all of the one-time payments could happen at the same time. And that would make it a fairly substantial payment to those employees. Again, potentially right before the holidays, right before the winter break. So that's how it's written. So it's predicated on the ADM for December 1st. That's early for our 100th day count, but we think it's a very attainable number as well.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that additional information. I'd also like to thank our legislature and governor for adding back our student support specialists, because we certainly know that our educators are wonderful, but it takes more than just the teacher in the classroom to do what we do with our students, especially in Deer Valley. And with that, I don't have any additional questions. Dr. Finch?
I just want to add again, I sound like a canary in a coal mine here, but I want to remind everyone that we've continued and successfully continued to work on compression in the system. Some of that piece of that was done by our legislature that put us in a bind, especially with our classified folks. But now we are seeing compression on the other end. Even if you look at these numbers, you can figure it out. In the last 5 years, 20 by 20 has really accelerated our teaching certified staff, and administrators are about at half of that pace. So what's happening now is it's compressing that section. My teachers are jumping over my APs and deans, and so it makes it tougher to pull from our own system to recruit for them to move up in administration. So the answer is obviously a tough one to figure out how to compare it, but that is an issue that is only exacerbating over time, and especially in the last 5 years.
Thank you, Dr. Finch. And my one last comment is going to be, I do appreciate also the conservative approach, and I do, as Mrs. Reed said, look forward to us making not just the number you set for those one-time payments, but exceeding those numbers and being able to have a discussion about salary next year, and hopefully adding this and to their base and going from there. So I do appreciate the conservative approach, though, because I would not have to want to ask to take back. So if there are no other comments, I'd like to call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those against, please say nay. None heard, so the motion passes unanimously. Item 7A is the discussion, consider the proposed ASBA 2022 political agenda. In the interest of time, because this is a discussion item, I would ask board members to provide to Mrs. Taylor their either their top 5 with 2 alternatives, or just their top 5, and she would gather those together, and we would bring that forward to a discussion and a vote at the next board meeting so that we ensure that Deer Valley is able to send in their political agenda items to the ASBA Legislative Committee in a timely fashion, unless somebody else feels strongly about discussing this right now.
I was really looking forward to discussing that tonight, but in the interest of time, and I don't want you to have the longest board meeting, so I'm good with sending it into Ms. Taylor.
Great, thank you so much. Mrs. Paperman, could you start with your governing board report, please?
I would like to thank everyone for the presentation, great presentation, and I know as a district, we tried our very best with COVID and keeping our students, family, and community safe. This fell on our lap with no one know what to expect. We're still learning, so I would like to thank the district because we are trying our very best because we know that over 17,000 people COVID have taken away death, 575 in this country that have died. So so we did we're doing everything that we could to protect what we thought is best for our community, for children, for staff. So it was a stressful meeting today, but all we can say is that as governing board and as district leaders, we try to make what we think is best, and at the same time, we're learning with the process, and to make it what is best for next year. Thank you.
Mrs. Fisher?
I'm glad I was able to move my community questions to other items on the agenda. First, I want to congratulate Mountain Ridge on being recognized by U.S. News and World Report as one of the top national and metro ranking in 2021 best high schools. It is great to start on a high note. This has been a long week preparing for the meeting. When I ran for the board, I reassured my daughter that I would keep the impact to my home minimal. Apparently, that is not quite happening, and I guess when I receive emails from Dr. Finch that are dismissive or name-calling or intended to cause division or undermine the work of a board member, apparently I get snappy with my kids, and I need, when they need something at that moment. I knew there were issues between Dr. Finch and myself, but I thought we would be able to work in a professional level. We are now about 5 months into the year, and the aggression and degrading has simply gotten worse. The other promise I made was to my constituents that I would not quit. So moving forward, when I can, I will direct members of the community to the appropriate areas and ask that they seek answers from you directly. I will include any staff I send them to in the email whenever Whenever I cannot use this method, I will bring the questions to the board meetings. I will send a heads up to any administrator and CC Sheila. I know you will need to send your emails to Dr. Finch, and he will send me a hateful response. But I will simply thank him for his input and come to the meeting with a question. I don't expect any responses prior to the meetings when I send you those emails. It is just so that there is not a gotcha moment Working together or keeping division is a choice, but it takes cooperation from all directions. I hope the next 3.5 years are much smoother than the first 5 months have been. I also would like to address the board. I did receive, well, we all received the message, an email. And I do think we need to find a way to work better together. And I hope that at some point we do have a meeting of the 5 of us, of retreat or whatever, so that we can figure out what our priorities are and how we can best work together. Because for the 5 of us, it's the same. Division is a choice. Past hurts are a choice. History is a choice. We need to choose, all of us, including myself, we need to choose better for our kids. We need to choose better for our parents. We have to stop any kind of back-end activities because kids are the one thing that is never seems to be of importance. Salaries are important. Teachers are important. Employees are important. More administration is important. And the kids are there so that we can pay for it. It's our enrollment. And I know nobody feels that way in their heart, but that's what's reflected in our meetings. And so I just really think we can do a better job. All of us, including myself. That's my report.
Mrs. Reed?
Oh, left my microphone. I just want to say another congratulations to our staff and students that we honored tonight, and just thank their parents for bringing them to, and to be a part of our board meeting. That's definitely something that I've missed. Not being able to have in-person meetings is just that award time, and then also the time to interact with our students when they give us their presentations. Just another congratulations to you, Dr. Finch, on winning that award. I think it does our district really well when we have, when we're recognized in those top levels. So people can see what our district's doing and the amazing job that your team is doing also in coordination with you. One thing that I would like to say about the way that I vote or the way that I view things is that being on the school board is supposed to be a nonpartisan position. We are not supposed to pander to the left or to the right. We're supposed to put the forefront of students in our decision making. So what that requires of me to do is to put on multiple lenses at many different times during the decision process to ensure that I'm looking at all of the different opinions and feelings and thoughts that our constituents and our students and their family members and my fellow board members and all of our staff entail. But I also recognize that both sides of the aisle voted for me. So I'm not going to, just because I vote in one way doesn't mean that I've totally and completely ignored the other viewpoint. I have to do what's in the best interest for our kids. And to Mrs. Fisher's point, I don't care more about teachers or salaries than I do our students. Our students are the most important thing, and our students should be the most important thing to all of the board members and to all of our staff. That's the whole reason that we're here. That's the whole reason that I ran for the board, was to make decisions that were in the best interest of our students. I also understand that different opinions are going to prevail, and some people are going to think that, you know, option A is in the best interest for students as opposed to option B. And I get that, and I respect that. And when I say that I appreciate a viewpoint and that it's noted, it's not a blow off and it's not to be disrespectful. It's that I considered your opinion and it's noted as I'm making my decision. So that's what I want to say regarding that. Next week is an important week in our district. It's when we honor our nurses who have done an amazing job this year, gone above and beyond for Nurse Appreciation Day. It's also Teacher Appreciation Day and Teacher Appreciation Week. So I know that things are continuing to be a little bit different like they were last year for Teacher Appreciation Week, but as a governing board and as a parent, governing board member and as a parent, I appreciate all of the things that our teachers and our staff members do for our students and our community daily. So just want to say thank you, and I just really want the school year to be over. So let's finish strong. 3 more weeks.
Mrs. Ordway.
Did you say the meeting or the school year? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It does matter. So we do have an art walk, I think, this weekend at the outlets at Anthem, which is always a cool thing to see because the kids are there, and I think they're going to be allowed to be there. I'm not sure about that. And also their instructors. So I have 2 things that I would like you guys to think about. I've been saying this, so those of you who have been with the district for a few years will know that it's the time of year when I ask for you guys to think about how we could provide a shuttle service from our high schools to the West MEC programs, the signature programs within our boundaries. For me, that would provide equity and access to the opportunities that we have at our different campuses. The next one, which will be so exciting for everyone, is perhaps we could look at forming an exploratory committee to discuss the option of modified year-round school. I don't know if anyone's ever thought of that, but I've said that for the last couple of years too. Dr. Galligan, I know. So I'm saying it out loud, and I didn't mean to get off of the typical thing that we've been talking about, but those are things that I think in the short and long run will be excellent opportunities for our students. I believe that we still have a health and safety issue, so I'm proud of the fact that our students are taking it very seriously. Like I said, I've seen them walking, I've seen them talking. Well, I don't see them talk, I see their eyes dance. But they're taking it seriously. So going back to earlier, the public comments and also some of the emails that have been forwarded to you about the safety or the health of some of the people that have sent, the children of the people that have sent it in. I'd like to make sure that we're following up on that and the kids are okay, because some of that was very serious stuff, and I'm not quite sure, how we deal with the follow-up on that to make sure that they're going to be okay. And to Ms. Fisher's point and Julie's point, and I guess all of our points, I read somewhere or someone told me something that divided you get stronger. So perhaps, but I think that when you're divided and you're not viewing it from a team approach and you're not listening to a viewpoint, you're failing to respect what's coming out of someone's mouth, whether you agree with it or not. That division doesn't serve you well. But you can be divided and have different ideas, and that's fine. Because division either causes beauty or it makes you stop in your tracks. So I think that at the dais, now that people can actually see us, if that's how we're going to continue, the way we address each other, the way we address each other might be a very good lesson and a good modeling for how we are approached. I know that I've been here for kids for a long time, and my decisions end with because that's in the best interest of the kids. And what some people may not get is that we have 39 places where our students are learning. And because there's 200 people that feel that this is what we need to do, there's another 32,000 families that feel this is what we need to do. So we fall in the spot which is what's going to be safe for all, leaving opportunities for those that have a different opinion to still learn. So I'm proud of the fact that we do that. And now I'm done because I didn't say I was going to make it short.
Thank you, board members. So I have a question that I forgot to ask during the Remain in School report, which related to the credit recovery, and I don't need an answer right now, but if you could let me know, are we able to, sometimes a student fails because they don't understand a concept or two as opposed to the whole quarter or semester. And so my question is, have we gotten to the point where, like when I was in 6th grade, I didn't understand fractions. If that's what they need to understand to become proficient or get that passing grade, I'd like to know if we're able to do it in small chunks rather than taking a whole thing. So if you could, in the Friday update or whenever that would be appropriate in the next report, that would be great. I would like to say a very huge thank you to Mrs. Sheila Taylor, who is the governing board secretary. Last week was its administrative support week, and I know that, I mean, she supports us in ways that I can't even begin to express. She's wonderful, as is Tina in the superintendent's office, and I know all of our administrative staff across our entire district. So thank you to all of those folks who are in the front lines office, or front lines, usually in the front office of our schools, among other places. So thank you for all of your hard work. Again, congratulations, Dr. Finch. I think it speaks volumes that School Connect, an outside organization, not just that they recognize you, but that your staff put you forward. And I know that you say you can't do it without your staff, and I respect that about you. So thank you all, because that award really does belong to the entire team. So congratulations to all of you. Mrs. Moffett, whenever it's appropriate, maybe it's the next time we get a report, would love to see the vacancies that we do have, where they're classified, what kind of positions. So I appreciate that they were divided out, but are we special ed teachers, buses? That would be helpful. I would also like to reiterate Mrs. Ordway's request that we follow up with those parents who spoke about those situations tonight that were very concerning, to make sure, and I know you'll do that, but I just wanted to say that. I'm also thankful for all the parents who came and spoke tonight. It is important that we hear all perspectives and consider them all. And with that, thank you once again for all your hard work, and Dr. Finch, your report.
All right. Yeah. I just want to reiterate or bring some light to Mountain Ridge's email that they did receive. That's the good news. The better news is O'Connor hasn't received their email yet. They squeezed out Mountain Ridge by 1 ranking if you look close. So, but if you look really super close, all 5 of our high schools are in the top 25 in the state. So Dr. G was relaying that to me today. If you dig deeper into the numbers, all 5 high schools are performing well, which is great to see. And as you know, O'Connor and Ridge have a healthy competition, so I'm sure they're going to revel in that they are 1 position apart. So we don't want to let the Eagles go unnoticed this evening. Now that the Mountain Lions got some recognition. Yes, again, I'll reiterate, as I always do, to Ms. Fisher's point, as board members, just follow board policy when it comes to communication with staff, and everything will be fine. You have 1 employee, that's me, and I have 4,000 employees, and so my job is to determine their work and what they do, and obviously have top-performing school district. We want to outrun Chandler. That's our competition, and we are on the cusp of doing that, and it's because of a great staff and a great team that we have. So thanks again to my team for another excellent meeting and excellent performance that they do every day, and I get to see it every day and be a part of it. So thank you.
All right, and with that, our future meetings are posted. Could I get a motion?
Motion to adjourn the meeting?
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Meeting's adjourned at 11:01.